This meeting is being recorded.
We'll give it one more minute and then call the meeting to order. Okay, welcome everybody and good evening. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for October 27th, 2020. We are meeting virtually. Would the staff please call the roll?
Brad Brown.
Here.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Tyler Byrd. Todd Donovan.
Here.
Ben Ellenboss.
Here.
Carol Frazee.
Here.
Kathy Kirschner.
Here.
Could you please display the flag?
Just a second.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, no announcements that I know of unless staff has any. Other than tomorrow's meeting at 1:30, everybody Cherry Point. So we'll move on to the county executive's report.
Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. I know that Executive Sadhu is trying to log on here soon, having a little trouble, but I know he doesn't have an update today. So we can skip that. And if he has anything to add, he can add it at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thanks a lot, Tyler. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to minutes. We have 6 sets of minutes to approve. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Donovan and Byrd. Any correction? Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss.
Yes.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner.
Yes.
Brad Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Tyler Byrd.
Yes.
That passes unanimously, and let the record show that Tyler Byrd has joined us as well. So we will now move along into our public hearings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them tonight. First one is AB 2020-308. It's a resolution vacating a portion of Horton Road. There is a substitute resolution that was emailed, so if you need to reference that, check your email box. Do we have anything from staff on this?
Yes, we do. Andrew Hester, Public Works. Just wanted to report that this road vacation petition was presented, and we did an engineer's report on it with a recommendation in favor of vacating. Primary reason for that was when we looked it over, we could see nothing that the county was planning on using that right-of-way for in the future. As it was within the urban growth area, we checked this with the city of Bellingham, and they confirmed they also have no plans to use that right-of-way.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Any questions for staff? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Kathy, could you please play the video that describes how folks can get on to testify? Okay, again, this is a public hearing on Horton Road, and the public hearing is open. Do we have anyone wishing to testify?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. What's council's wishes?
Move to approve.
I'll do the opposite. Or second, I mean, not the opposite.
Tyler got that one first.
Okay, moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, please call a roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
yes,
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Our next public hearing is AB 2020-310. It's an ordinance granting Gordon Montgomery and John Millibar a non-exclusive franchise for the provision of sewer services. Do we have anyone from staff that can speak to this?
Councilmember Buchanan, Chris Quinn has a hand raised.
Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Chris Quinn, Civil Deputy with the Prosecutor's Office. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm just speaking on behalf of Public Works at this time, and we're asking that the council refrain from take any final action on this application this evening until such time as we can present an amended version. Just in short, the proposed ordinance for this franchise arises from the application of Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Millibar, the property owners here. The original application basically references a development of land that would require sewer service, hence the application for the franchise. An apparent change of circumstances that was brought to our attention related to this development has raised some questions that I'd like to explore a little bit further. I think it's something that can be addressed quite handily, readily in a change to the proposed franchise agreement. But as it's currently presented, we could not be recommending the council's adoption. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to strike this as it is under the council's control at this point for purposes of public hearing. But I am asking, I'm not sure procedurally how we should do this, but we are asking that this be sent over again. I think this is something you'll be seeing again in the next few weeks. Finally, I will add, I believe counsel for the applicants might be listening. I know that they're joining in this recommendation, and I'll answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
So Chris, the procedure would be we would move to hold this over, obviously, and but we would probably like to do it to a date certain if we can.
Sure.
So do you have any kind of an idea when you might be ready?
From my perspective, we could probably do this 2 weeks from now. However, I don't want to suggest that without consulting with the attorney for the applicants. That would be Ms. Traxler, and I'm not sure again if she's present to chime in.
Okay, Councilmember Donovan.
I was going to ask the same thing. So I was looking to figure out what the motion we would have on this. And I do see a hand up in the attendee thing, but I would move to hold it for 2 weeks and we could re-examine it again. But there is a hand up in the attendee.
Yes, Dannon Traxler, your hand is up. Can you unmute and speak?
Yes, good evening, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can, Dannon. Thank you.
Great. So I'm here representing John Millibar and Gordon Montgomery, and we do not object to postponing this for a few weeks just to fine tune some of the agreement provisions. So we're in full agreement with the county's council to set this over.
Okay, thank you very much, Dannon. Appreciate it. So Todd, your motion is to hold it for 2 weeks?
Yeah, and if that's not enough time, we can just hold it again. So
And this is Dana Brown Davis. I'd like to interject.
Sure.
I believe that it would be best to go, in case there are people on the call tonight that saw the public notice in the paper and they're here this evening to speak to this. I think it would be best to open the public hearing and then hold the public hearing open for 2 weeks or however long it ends up being. And then if the revisions to the agreement or the franchise agreement are such that it needs to be introduced, then we would hold another public hearing. But for this, I think we should go ahead and open the hearing at least.
I'll withdraw my motion and then reintroduce it after a public hearing.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I will open the public hearing, and if there's anyone wanting to speak, please raise your hand.
There are no hands raised at this time.
That was quick. Okay, so we will leave the public record open on this item until we address it again. And I would entertain a motion to hold then.
Yeah, well then I will move that we hold this till our next meeting.
Second.
Donovan moves, Byrd seconds. Any discussion? Please call a roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next up is AB 2020-373. It's an ordinance adopting interim zoning regulations for the siting, establishment, and operation of temporary homeless facilities. Is there anyone from staff that would like to speak to this before we open the hearing?
This is Kathy Halka with the council office. I prepared this ordinance on behalf of the council. It is expiring in November, and the updates that I made to it are simply to continue it for another year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this?
If anyone would like to speak to this ordinance, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 by phone. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. And council, what's your wishes?
I'll move approval.
Brown moves, and I'll take that as a second, Kathy.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Councilmember Byrd.
Councilmember Brown, is this your version, or do you have a change or updated version you wanted to?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. There's, I'd submitted an updated version, which has a couple of minor changes, I guess. I think the proper thing is to introduce this, put this up for a vote, then we can discuss it, and I'll discuss what the changes are with the view of amending.
I think we are up for a vote, though,
I think that's where we're at. Yeah, we have a motion on the floor to approve.
So Red, you
Right,
should
but
move
you're
to
asking
amend.
for discussion now, aren't you?
Yeah, discussion, or if you wanted to amend.
Okay, so let me pull up my notes. I wanted to make a motion to amend. Sorry, forgive me. And I sent copies of this to everybody.
Councilmember Brown, would you like me to share the red line document you provided?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so keep going. Okay, so I had a couple of changes, and if I explain the first one, Mr. Buchanan, do you want to vote on all of these at once or change by change? Can't hear you, Barry.
Let's go. Sorry, let's go one at a time.
Okay, all right. So item Q, it said that the sponsor of the managing agency shall take all reasonable legal steps to obtain verifiable identification information, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is a large percentage of this population do not have identification. And in particular, the group I'm most concerned about is someone who's aged out of the system, so they're 18 years old or plus, and they've never had, they're a vulnerable person because of their age in particular, and we're denying them the ability to stay in a relatively safe place because that person cannot provide identification. So I was amending this to change, recognizing this may not be possible if the homeless individual's identification documents have been lost or stolen. So my motion is a motion to amend to include that language.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Can't hear you, Barry.
Discussion on that motion? Councilmember Byrd.
I'm in favor of this, but do we want to have something in here where we document, or we ask them to document what actions they took, or so that we ensure that we are looking or asking for it? It doesn't get into a place where we just don't do it at all.
Well, there's two parts to this. One is the expectation of the agency of what they're required to do, and the other part, I'm just going to find it. The other part was what they actually do. So, because remember, one's part of the permit. So let me just find that. Sorry. So when we go down to, well, we go down to section E, under 7E, there's a statement of actions that the applicant will take reasonable steps. So they have to define what those steps are going to be. I don't have a, by the way, I don't have a problem if you want to amend this to have them document what their steps are going to be, but I think in most cases, you know, the steps will be, do you have identification? No, I don't. It was stolen. And that's about all you can do. You could require them taking a photograph of the person in order to stay there, I guess, is one potential thing. But there's really, this is a population that literally has nothing in the way of documentation frequently.
Councilmember Byrd.
Right, I'm all right with that. What about then, I mean, if the goal is to get these people back on their feet and self-sustaining again, they'll need ID to do that. So if they don't have ID, should we then have a provision that has them, you know, apply, or, you know, is there a process that we ask them to then begin to start getting their ID so that we can at least start looking for it and try to figure it out?
Well, funny you should mention that, because I've spent a large part of the last 3 years of my personal time working on this exact issue. And at some point I'd like to do a presentation to the council to show how truly astonishingly difficult this is. And that is, and then in addition to that, the county has already agreed to provide funding for the last 2 budget years to law advocates to help people get identification documents. And we are, in the current budget, we are extending that for another 2 years. So we're doing everything we possibly can.
Councilmember Kirshner.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind council members that I think, isn't this a code ordinance for building? So we probably want to keep services separate out of the building code, the temporary building code, or the interim homeless encampment regulations. And I don't know if somebody from planning department is here, but I don't think we want to ask our planning staff to be implementing social service programs when they give permits, but maybe.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Kirshner, and again, to Mr. Byrd's point, that the county through the health department is already directly addressing that issue. So I don't think it needs to be added here.
Other questions on Mr. Brown's motion to amend? Okay, let's vote.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. I assume you have some more amendments, Councilmember
Yeah.
Brown?
So if we go to Ms. Holker, if you go to 5C, I believe that's the next one. And I'll just explain this. At the moment, we have this situation where they can't be approved for more than 180 days. They can't be granted something more than 180 days. I just looked at this and thought, well, if you have a couple of organizations that are doing a good job and they may be, sort of tag teaming, one does it for 6 months, one does it for 6 months. I don't want this sort of 5-day window where, because of the way we've structured it, everybody's sort of out in limbo. So I just wanted a little bit of overlap in that period of time. That was the reason for changing that to 190 days in both cases.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I will second. Discussion.
Yeah, could you? Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Kirshner.
I'm wondering why would we have 180 days and then have another provider come in and take it over? I mean, why are we creating a code that seems like it's just playing a game here? Is there some kind of state rule where via temporary tent encampment, you can only have it permitted for 180 days? And does 190 days meet that requirement?
I personally do not know the answer to either question.
Yeah, I don't know.
If there's someone from planning that does, we should ask them.
Barry, may I?
Go ahead, Councilmember Byrd.
Kathy, the reason that we had this in here was because there was concern from the community that they didn't want to allow, say, neighborhoods. They didn't want to allow a tent encampment or a tiny home village that they felt would turn into a permanent long-term structure that would then affect their property values in their community. And so it was a way to ensure that those communities continued to move along to other communities so that they would not have those kind of impacts and protect those neighborhoods from that concern, or at least alleviate it for them. So it became easier for us to actually also get these going because we wouldn't have to be fighting that.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
So maybe I missed it, but what is the extra 10 days do for us from 180 to 190?
Well, the logic was if you had let's say two churches that were agreeing, one was agreeing to do it for 6 months of the year, the other was agreeing to do it for the others for another 6 months of the year, that you allowed them to have a little bit of overlap to transition from one location to another. And that if this is something that did meet with ongoing community approval, you didn't end up with a situation where for 5 days of the year, everybody was out on the street again, just because it was a code violation. for the sake of a couple of days. So I don't think this fundamentally changes anything other than it stops creating this sort of artificial thing where we have to kick everybody out of somewhere for 5 days potentially, just to meet our own code.
Mr. Byrd.
That makes sense.
I'm trying to figure out why that would be the case, because if the old one's 180 days, but it doesn't say that you can't apply and start the new one. It just says that they have to stay for 180 days. And so the 180 is, yeah, the 6-month period, it just happens to fit in a year. So making it 190 is the same deal. Either one can overlap, right? Matter of fact, this doesn't say that you can't have multiple tiny villages throughout the entire county. It just says that you can't have one village with more than X number of homes in it. So
Yeah.
they could easily be establishing more to move to.
It's not a big issue, but it just struck me as if it's not a big issue at 180, it's not a big issue at 190. And it just allows for a little bit of transition time, that's all.
Okay.
Anything else on this amendment?
Can we get the changes back up on the screen?
Any further? Yes, Councilmember Kirchner.
I'm just going to say, this doesn't actually read that it's 180 days per calendar year or anything like that. So really 190 days just gives 10 more days to it, because they could start planning at 170 days to switch.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see that, but okay.
Mr.
I'll
Byrd.
support it though. I'll support it.
If we're going to make this change, we should probably update item B so that the director has the same amount of time. Never mind, scratch that. Forget that. That's a window, so it can't come back.
Well, actually, you don't want that because he's not allowed to issue it earlier than 180 days before.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Fred Brown,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Any more there, Mr. Brown?
The last one was on 7E. And it just says that the applicant will take reasonable steps to obtain verifiable identification. So it's not an absolute that they must obtain identification, because for the reasons stated beforehand, they may not be able to. So.
Okay, that I assume is a motion, and we have a second.
I'll second it.
Brown moves, Kirschner seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes, that passes unanimously. If that's all the amendments we have, then we are at the main motion to approve.
There are no further amendments from me.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to approve as amended? Okay, call the roll, please.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Appreciate it.
Our fourth public hearing is AB 2020-428. It's a resolution authorizing the sale of surplus personal property pursuant to Whatcom County Code 1.10. Is there anybody from staff that wants to speak to this? Okay, we will open the public hearing then. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this item?
if anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually by selecting the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing. And council, what's your wishes?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Frazee moves, Byrd seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Our final public hearing of the night is AB 2020-435. It's a resolution adopting the 2021 annual road construction program. Is there anyone from Public Works that would like to? There he is, Mr. Karcher.
Good evening, Council, and Deputy Executive, and Executive if you're listening, and the general public. Jim Karcher, Public Works Engineering. And if Council remembers, we had a work session on Tuesday the 13th regarding the annual construction program, the 2021 annual construction program. And I would just like to point out for the record that there's two main features. One, there's a county force used in the annual construction program where the county forces does a certain amount of work and they're called out in the annual program. And if Council recalls, I mentioned we'll have 4 road closures associated with that program. And those closures are the East Smith Hannigan Roundabout, where we will close the east and west legs of Smith Road alternately during the project. We also, and that is project R2 on the program. We also have, let me get to it here on my screen. We also have R13, the East Hemi Road flood mitigation project, which will involve a large structure, and that'll close the road. And then we have 2 bridge and hydraulic projects. They're both fish passage projects. B10, Mosquito Lake Road, fish passage, and B12, Truck Road fish passage will involve closures. So I just wanted to say that before the public hearing, just for the record.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Karcher. Appreciate that. Okay, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. And council, what would you like to do?
Move to approve.
Second.
Donovan moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion. Okay, please call roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. We will now move into our open public session. The open session is being held virtually via Zoom webinar. Members of the public wishing to speak can access information on how to join the meeting by watching this video that we're going to show you right now. So let's roll that again, Kathy, for our open public session. Thank you. We will now open the public session. And do we have our first speaker?
Yes, our first speaker is Linda, followed by Sherry Lapoff, Can Do, Trevor Smith. Then we'll have Marcus D. Go ahead, Linda. If you could state your full name for the record, Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am Linda Hughes, resident of Point Roberts for 30 years. I am a former PRCAC member. I served 2 terms on that board, and I'm going to speak to you a little bit about that. For disclosure, I'm also currently an employee of the service provider, Can Do Services. I just wanted to let the county know that there was a great effort put in by this community for the mandated garbage service over a 2-year period. And I understand that there's a proposal before the county council for future consideration, not necessarily tonight, that our PERCAC committee, which I no longer serve on, submitted a recommendation to the county for a change in service to 1 pickup per month. I'm concerned because I have read the proposed ordinance, and the PERCAC recommendation did not include a change in the collection methods. The community and PERCAC exhaustively considered and ultimately voted unanimously to support the mandated curbside collection program with and having the necessary fees allocated to the tax statements. The proposed ordinance also purports that the implementation of this reduced service will, quote unquote, satisfy all parties within Point Roberts. And I have to say that when I was a board member of PERCAC, we often heard the Point Roberts homeowners, locally and foreign, greatly valued transparency and the opportunity to participate in decisions affecting their properties. And I feel that this particular proposal, which was not submitted as part of PERCAC's recommendation to the county, is untimely and not transparent. And I just wanted to speak to that my experience on PERCAC. I feel that this particular issue was not presented to the county in the right manner. Thank you for considering all of the things that come before you. I don't need all my 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherry Laboff.
Hi, I'm Sherry Lapoff. I am a resident of Whatcom County, and I'm a volunteer with Homes Now. Last week, 3 of us, Marcus and me and a resident, was invited down to Pallet Shelter in Everett, and we had a tour. And the website is PALLETSHELTER.com. If you haven't already, I really would request that you take a look at their website. It's a fascinating process that builds these really beautiful small homes. I believe 64 square feet, 68 square feet maybe. And they last for a very long time. They are assembled in an hour. They are disassembled, I think, in 2 hours. You can build up to 15 or 20 a day with volunteers. They seem expensive at first until you see what they offer. They can be air conditioned and heated. They are non-organic, so there's no rodent or rot problems with them. And they also, 80 to 90% of their employees are from either a homeless situation, drug and alcohol situation, or rehab, and coming out of homelessness in some way or some kind of needy situation. So that was real interesting too, to hear about that. I encourage you very much to go down for their 1 hour tour, an hour to get down and an hour to get back. And we can learn how to do this right in calling for more shelter, for homeless people in Bellingham. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Sherry.
The next speaker is listed as Can Do. If you could state your name for the record, please. Can Do, go ahead, please.
Okay. Oh, unmute. Okay. Hi, my name is Tamara Hansen. I'm one of the directors of David's company, Can Do. Our customers are very happy with the service in Point Roberts. The company was not invited to speak at any of the local organizations to provide some helpful information to consider and then vote on. We did a rough estimate today, and this came up really unexpectedly. And we believe that less than 5% of our customers are utilizing 1 can per month service. 95% of the current users are putting out 2 cans per month or more. I'd just like to state that, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. That's everything.
The next speaker is Trevor Smith, followed by Marcus D, and then HK Mobile. And go ahead, Trevor Smith.
Good evening, Council. My name is Trevor Smith. I'm the Political Director for Labor's Local 292, and I live on State Street in Bellingham. A couple of items I wanted to talk about this evening. First, I wanted to thank the Council for taking action at your last meeting and voting 7-0 to pull AB 2020-409. We really appreciate you listening to Labor and your constituents in regards to the impact that language would have had on the county. Second, I wanted to address something that I heard at the Committee of the Whole meeting earlier today. It was stated that 95% of Whatcom County was unaffected by what goes on at Cherry Point. So I just wanted to point out a couple of things that we pointed out to you guys before. The Cherry Point Industrial Zone and the companies that work out there account for 3.5% of all the jobs in Whatcom County. Those jobs in turn support 11.2% of all the jobs in Whatcom County. Additionally, they support 3/10 of all the jobs in the state of Washington. These numbers come from the Center for Economic and Business Research at WWU, and this study was updated in March of 2019, which obviously was prior to the closing of Alcoa and the loss of those living wage jobs. As well as a number of living wage jobs at Cherry Point, the wages paid by those employers account for 9% of all wages paid in Whatcom County. Directly or indirectly, those wages support other businesses that account for 17% of all the wages paid in Whatcom County. On top of the economic activity of the workers out at Cherry Point, the industries themselves pay over $15 million a year in property taxes. I just wanted to address some of this because I think there's some confusion about how much Cherry Point actually impacts Whatcom County. And I just wanted to reiterate what it means to those of us that live here, work out at Cherry Point, and how much we need those living wage jobs in this county, especially in these challenging economic times. Thank you for your time tonight.
The next speaker is Marcus D, followed by HK Mobile, Valerie Rupp-Hauer. Marcus D, go ahead. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, this is Marcus D. Stidham, and through the miracles of Zoom, I had to pull over after doing outreach tonight, and I find myself live from Bayview Cemetery this Halloweeny night, and so I just want to give you all a spooky adieu from here. And I'm hoping you can hear me okay. I just want to say I really appreciate everybody's efforts on trying to get tiny home villages going. I appreciate the attention that it is that we're seeing to the homeless situation. We really need immediate measures. We need beds tomorrow night. We need them tonight. There's overflow. There's people in the streets. We've been out giving aid, giving away blankets, sleeping bags, you know, the usual stuff. And we're just getting started here. We've got a whole month until we're scheduled to have beds online from any other source. And that'll only be 38 men's beds in December. So we have an issue there. And so, and that's, the city again really puts it in your lap as the county, and quoting that it is your responsibility to run the health department and make that happen, to make sure that we have the emergency beds necessary. So I'm asking real nicely, we need to do what we've done in the past and get emergency shelters going, guys. I'm sorry to have to put us here right now. I'm sorry as a homeless strategies work group member to have not had us better prepared. I feel like that was our charge, and we've all largely failed in that this year. I'm not bashing anybody. It's just it's all over the streets. You can see the evidence. So Homes Now recently turned in an application for the prior safe haven site where we were encamped, and that got bounced back to us with the city saying that now we have suddenly 3 tiny home providers who were all coming forward and applying for the same site apparently. So I've been trying to remind them that there was the Clean Green site we were slated for, the Winter Haven site where we also occupied before. So there's 3 different sites, and the Clean Green site, of course, could occupy 3 or 4 camps if you really rammed them in there. And with you guys' help, maybe we can make something happen. As Sherry said, pallet shelters really is a great answer. And I'm also glad to say that the price I was quoted before at $7,000 per unit is actually at $5,000 per unit, and it'll go down from there. So it's really all go. They really want to work with us, really want to work with you. I really want to work with you, and I appreciate any conversations you all want to reach out to me. Please do. And I want to be part of the solution, and we have a real lack of services, and I've got a number of solutions, including a parking solution. But the government has to step up and run this stuff until volunteers can take over. And there's just no way that volunteers can start up these programs, even with funding. It's really difficult with COVID to even get volunteers to congregate together to do anything, of course, because that's congregating at a time when we're not supposed to. It's very difficult. We need you to lead. Let me help.
Thanks, Marcus.
The next speaker is HK Mobile. If you could go ahead and state your full name for the record, please. Go ahead, HK Mobile.
Hi there.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, great. Thanks, Kathy. Heather Katahdin speaking, tax-paying resident since 1989, retired healthcare clinician, and past volunteer first responder. First, I wish to share I'm grateful for the work of council and staff and the work of Northwest Youth Center, Base Camp, and also Homes Now. May the record reflect, I witnessed being told by staff at our primary county shelter in Bellingham Base Camp that they were full and at capacity Sunday, October 25th. I witnessed them turning away, and an elder woman over 50 years and a female youth who was 17 years old. I also witnessed staff at the PAD shelter for youth 13-17 stating that they had no more capacity, but would do their best to assist any youth. I'm speaking as a citizen witness per what I witnessed outside on the cold streets of Bellingham. Spoken to a citizen by a public shelter staff, quote, "I'm sorry, I can't let you in. We are full. We are at capacity." Sunday night, I found on the streets in the neighborhood near the Mission a young woman, legally a youth at age 17, underdressed for the weather. She is sober, alert, and oriented 3 times. Gave her name as Sabrina. She used to have a shared room with a roommate in Ferndale. Someone had dropped her off at the Mission. She asked for help and reported her phone battery dead, was needing a place to be warm to stay overnight, looking for a place, walking around Lighthouse Mission neighborhood in the dark without a car. I shared my phone to allow her to call our local base camp public shelter to ask if she could come to the shelter for phone charging and to warm up and consider resting overnight on their mat. She dialed and made her request. Night staff stated, "I'm sorry, I can't let you in. Age 18 and over only." That night, I was sadly not able to ensure she had a place to stay after our base camp call. Later, I found Northwest Youth Service for Youth and listened to a recorded message, no directions for youth on that message. I did locate their center, the pad. The staff shared they were at overnight capacity. Council and citizens, may we all keep our eyes open for Sabrina and our unsheltered youth. May they find safe shelter, as the winter youth shelter ground floor also wasn't open. May we as community members see the needs before us. May we see our youth who are cold and without shelter. May we greet each other and share our attention and warmth. I found another woman Sunday night, an elder over 50, underdressed for the cold, who I walked with to the front door at Base Camp Public Shelter. She spoke to them and they replied, "I'm sorry, I can't let you in. We are full. We are at capacity, 200 people tonight." I saw others without shelter between these two gals. Many of us are at our own full capacity, striving to manage the health of ourselves and our family. There is a need for public winter nighttime warming centers accessible to all humans. May we see the needs before us. May we greet each other with kindness and share our attention and warmth with both strangers and our family. I could go on, but I think my time's up.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Barry. And thank you, Council, so much for what you're doing.
The last speaker is Valerie Rupp-Hauer. Valerie, go ahead. I'm going to disable your camera. We don't share those during the public comment, but you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
I honestly, after listening to what Heather said, I have nothing that can touch that. Like, that is so profound. I really just wanted to say that I think that you should be listening to people like Heather and Marcus, and we need to be getting people housed as soon as possible. It's way too cold in the middle of a pandemic, and this is a huge, huge issue. The sites available, Safe Haven, Winter Haven, and Clean Green, all sound like great options. Pallet Home sounds like an excellent solution. There are so many different ways that we can help people get into homes, and it needs to happen. It's completely ridiculous that we live in a country with so much wealth and we have people sleeping on the streets. We should have everyone warm and safe. I don't really know what to say besides that. But I just wanted to have that on the record, to please listen to what they have to say. And I don't need my full 3 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will close the open public session and move to the consent agenda. So, Tyler, all of these items except for number 4 have been moved to the council, right? Is that correct?
No. Nope, we got through a few of them.
Okay. Why don't you go through the ones that you got through?
Okay, after that, you want me just to read them in individually?
I think that's the council does that, so I will do that.
Okay, works for me. Well, with that, then, since it's consent, I'll just move the first 4 because that's where
we haven't discussed these at all though in committee, so we have to go through each one.
Yeah. All right. So, Barry, we got the first 4 we took votes on and discussed in committee. So, if it's all right, I'll read those 4 in together, and then the rest of them we didn't get to, so you could read those individually. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, Consent agendas, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. So AB 2020-408, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Seymour Community Health Centers in the amount of $470,793 for a total amended contract amount of $759,571, as well as AB 2020-436. I don't actually have to read the title, so I won't do that, but as well as AB 2020-441 and AB 2020-443. These were all heard in committee and passed 3-0 with all committee members in favor, and I so move.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. We got those 4 items in the consent agendas before us. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Van Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes unanimously. So item 5 is AB 2020-451. It's request authorization for the county executive to enter into a sub-recipient agreement between Whatcom County and the Port of Bellingham for costs associated with responding to the COVID-19 emergency in an amount not to exceed $238,172. What's the wishes of the council?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Donovan moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion. Okay, please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Van Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Dane.
That passes 5-1 with Ellenboss abstaining and Councilmember Byrd, or excuse me, Ellenboss against and Councilmember Byrd abstaining. The next one is AB 2020-452, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and the Northwest Workforce Council to provide reimbursement of wages and benefits for eligible temporary employees working in various COVID-related positions for a total estimated contract amount of $112,000. Council?
Move approval?
Second.
Brown moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Byrd.
Is Schroeder here, or is it Seth Hall that's here, or tonight?
I see a Schroeder over here.
See a Schroeder. There he is. Tyler, do we have situations where are there any scenarios where we have staff that works in any of our departments that are paid for by other jurisdictions?
Not to my knowledge. Let me give an example. So Whatcom County Public Works employee that would be paid by the city of Bellingham,
Yeah.
for example. No, there are interlocals that share revenues between the city of Bellingham and Whatcom County or Whatcom County and the Conservation District, for example, that fund positions. But there are no examples to my knowledge of an employee that's paid by another entity but employed by Whatcom County.
So, I mean, this is a little bit different, but in the same kind of context, I guess. The same thing I was looking at with the last one, and it's what I'm trying to figure out is if this gets us in a jam additionally with, so this funding is it's for salaries through what point? Is it through the end of the year for these, or Erica? Looks like she has an answer.
Yeah, council member, thanks. This is a federal program that is through the Northwest workforce council that employs dislocated workers for positions, and we were able to we'll be able to hire 7 positions for the COVID response. I think each position will be paid $16,000 over the period of this contract with the Workforce Development Council. So it's an opportunity for us to hire dislocated workers during that period of time.
So are they employed by Northwest Workforce Council, or are they employed by us? And
They are currently unemployed staff that we would hire as temporary employees for the duration.
Okay, then why do I'm just trying to figure it out in my head. If they're unemployed, they're coming to work for us, why are we reimbursing Northwest Workforce Council?
No, they would be reimbursing us for this funding. So we would be getting free labor for 7 positions.
Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Money coming in, not going out. Sorry, my video doesn't work. Sorry.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Frazee.
And I heard you say they're currently unemployed, but a nurse with a master's is only making $33.53 an hour. So we're getting a great deal, but I don't like that we're only paying that. I know I believe it's part-time work, Erica, or are they full-time?
I believe they're full-time. I'd have to double check with staff. Cindy Hollinsworth, our communicable disease manager, is intimately involved with this.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions on the motion? Discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Ann Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rod Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next is AB 2020-454, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Elliott Bay Design Group for the purposes of providing engineering services for the annual dry dock for the Whatcom Chief Ferry.
Move to approve.
Donovan moves
Second.
and Byrd seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Donovan.
I'll just keep kind of bringing this up, but we need to build a new boat. The dry dock costs, they've really been reining them in. And I mean, public works folks have done a great job keeping these costs low, but in a few years, we're going to be looking at some serious expenses if we don't figure out how to pay for a new boat. So.
Mr. Byrd.
I'm really actually kind of curious about that earlier conversation as it relates to Point Roberts and whether that would be a possibility. I mean, could we set a ferry that runs between all 3 locations and then
No.
No?
We're going to be lucky to get a boat going out to Lummi.
Okay. But, I mean, I don't know. It just seemed like it would be an intriguing idea to consider.
No, actually, it's a cool idea, but that might be something like a private vendor could do or something. But the chief is a short fixed route thing, and the replacement of the chief, I think, in the years of planning this would be a short fixed route thing. Whereas the haul across, even from Blaine to Point Roberts, it's a pretty big slog. So it's not the kind of a vehicle ferry wouldn't be feasible for that. But that's probably another thing to look at with maybe non-vehicle ferry stuff. That could be kind of cool. But
Other discussion on our motion? Okay, let's vote.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
yes.
Van Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Next item is AB 2020-456. Request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Linden School District to increase the allocation of CARES Act funding by $100,000 in an amount not to exceed $230,000.
Move
What's the
approval.
will of the council? Okay, Brown moves.
Second.
Frazee seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Don.
So is this in addition to the IT funds that we approved earlier? Or are these those funds?
This is the contracts that council approved for the IT needs, and we're adding an additional $100,000 because the districts have shown that need.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah. So last time there was some information about the breakdown and how we were looking at using it for hotspots and internet in general. Since that conversation, the state has come out and worked out a deal with the three major carriers to provide incredibly well-priced, or I believe free in a lot of situations, service to individuals. I would have assumed that we would have actually seen a lot of the people that we were originally intending to cover now get service through the state's program with the three main carriers. Where are we at with that? There's not a ton of detail here about where we're at with this funding, or why the need for an additional 100,000.
Yeah, so this is all based off of expenses that the school districts have already incurred. So they've incurred these costs and are now asking for additional money. Originally, when we came to the council, the first was 130 per district. So that was about $780,000. There was a need to begin with of about $1.5 million. So the point about the additional state program is moving forward, and they've already shown that there's the need to reimburse these costs. I think Gina Stark from the Port of Bellingham might be on the call. If that would be helpful, she could provide some more background to it.
Just quickly, this was possible because we got extra money. Remember, we talked earlier, we got $9 million extra in the last couple of months, $4.5 million for the health department through the Washington State Health Department, and we got $4.5 million for the county. That's why originally we could not fund that. We said that's all the money we can allocate, and then we had the money, and that's how this was allocated. But if Gina is there, she's welcome to.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could hear from Gina. And I understand that we got more funding, but what I was referring to is that what we were going to use the funding for last time, the state is now apparently covering. One, and two, from what I've heard from a lot of the school districts now, they're actually coming back to school and sending a lot of those kids back to school. And so it seems like a lot of the kids won't need a lot of those services for the entire year, like we were talking about when it came forward 2 weeks ago. So I'm just trying to figure out why we're increasing the funding if the need's actually decreasing or not to the same extent that we thought it was before.
Because we couldn't tell the future 2 months ago. We did not know what will happen in November. I mean,
Plus, I think Mr. Schroeder said this is for reimbursement for costs already incurred.
That's correct.
I don't see Gina on the call anywhere, but maybe she's hiding around. I can't see her in participants though, or attendees.
Yeah, you might be right, Barry. She might just be listening.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I can add a little bit of color to this. The connectivity issue is partly the internet service. It's a large cost is the actual device that they get, which you might have, 2 or 3 devices per household per internet connection, because you might have 2 or 3 kids in there that are all required to work. It's also upgraded equipment for the teachers, including cameras, lighting, screens, and then software licenses, and then a software program, I can't remember the name of it, that actually helps them manage the whole process. So the connectivity is part of it, the internet connectivity charge is part of it, but it's probably actually the smaller part of the whole.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I was gonna say I support this, but this is a sort of uncomfortable observation, and I reached out to some Bellingham school board members asking this. We did not get an ask earlier or now from the Bellingham School District, because the Bellingham voters have approved technology levies and operating levies that have allowed them to be in a position where they don't need these monies. Some of these districts, the voters have not approved those levies, so we're in effect kind of bailing them out for not approving those levies, and I'm fine with that. That's an observation.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, somewhat fair comment. I think the difference is inside the city limits of Bellingham, you have pretty much 100% access to cable internet. A lot of the areas that this is serving are areas that do not have access, certainly do not have access to cable internet.
No, can I speak, Barry?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I agree with that, and I understand that, and that's actually that was communicated to me, but it is much easier to get coverage in the city. But it is, there are levies that have been rejected, technology levies that have been rejected that might have accommodated some of this. The demands are more difficult in these rural areas, but that's what I meant. It's an uncomfortable observation. I'm just making.
And your point, Mr. Donovan, I don't disagree with that either, because my understanding is one of the school districts in particular went back on renewing their levy, and unfortunately this is the time when they needed it the most.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, I guess just like last time, did they demonstrate a need, or are they just saying that they're going to get it paid for because they can, and there isn't another bucket of money that it could come out of, and we could use this money in a better way somewhere else? I have a hard time seeing that their costs are higher than they were before with some of the services that I know they're not offering right now.
Anything else on the motion to approve? Mr. Byrd.
I'm all for supporting the kids, and I really do want to do that. But I also would like more information, because I want to know that the support is going to the kids, and that we're getting the right things in place, and that we're not using the money for things that we might not otherwise need. Is there a way for us to get a breakdown of what's being purchased, or what we're reimbursing for, so we can see that list? Or can we get a breakdown of how many kids are getting laptops and personal devices, and exactly how many kids we're getting internet to, so we have some data about what the money is actually doing as well?
I think that might be directed to me, so I can try to answer it. In the past, we've walked through the hotspot details, talked about Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile, how they're providing to Blaine, Linden, Meridian, and Mount Baker school districts. There's about 200 hotspots for Linden, 200 hotspots for Mount Baker, 200 hotspots for Blaine between AT&T and T-Mobile. They've also have 200 or so allocated for additional to Blaine, Linden, 150 to Meridian. So in general, the schools have shown expenses of about $246,000 for Blaine, $534,000 for Linden, $288,000 for Meridian, $261,000 for Mount Baker. As the date of September 28th, Nooksack had $134,000, but I know that they were continuing to spend some money on it, because there was kind of consensus that the next round of CARES Act would be allocated for this. So I agree it's not clean, because the state's coming out with another program, that's not even in place yet, but they say it's going to be moving forward. But those districts that have tried their best to work through a very tough situation, we've tried to commit some CARES Act funding to help them with that technology program. So that's the details in the background that we've kind of talked over the last 2-3 months about the program. So I don't know if you need additional information than that.
So Tyler, here's what where I'm trying to work through this right now is I thought I was going to hot spots. I hear Red say, and I know he's been working on this program, that it's actually a very small fraction of the costs, and yet that's the data that we saw last time. And what I hear you saying to us, you can tell me if I'm hearing this wrong, is that we're reimbursing for expenses that for stuff that they've already spent the money on, for things that they've already bought and bills that already have paid. And so in my head, what I feel like is that there's going to be a big bucket of expenses out there that is not hotspots that they've already paid for. And knowing the program, they're supposed to give us that list of expenses for us to be able to basically verify that they are COVID related and then to reimburse them. So I just, for my own conscience, I want to know that the money's going, what it's going towards and how it's getting used, especially if we're coming back and saying, hey, we have a round 2 and expenses are greater and we're setting up for a round 3. So yeah, is there that list, I guess, of reimbursed or expenses that they've sent to us, and can we get those lists? I mean, I know it won't be right now or tonight, but it'll be after the vote. But
yeah, absolutely. We have that data and we can get you that list. We've been working with the school districts, and Gina Stark at the Port of Bellingham has done most of the coordination. But since we already had the contracts in place for $130,000, we've confirmed it complies with that CARES Act, and we have an updated list that I can get out to council.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the connectivity is not a very small portion. It is a portion. And in the case of a household that has one student in it, rough numbers, it's probably the same amount of money may have been spent on the laptop device as the connectivity device. In the case where you have 3 kids in there, you're going to spend 3 times as much on the laptops and once on the connectivity, because that's the ratio between the 2 of them. So it's a meaningful part of it. It's just not the only part of it. The other thing I say too is I'm a little bit more relaxed on giving money to schools and maybe other organizations, simply because we're talking about a governmental agency whose job it is to serve the kids. And if there's a little bit of money left over, it's going to go to the kids anyway. It doesn't go to an individual. It's not profit on a contract or anything else like that. It still ends up in the hands of our kids.
Councilmember Byrd.
Right, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to see that after this is all done and we look back in a year or 2 that we have a situation like Katrina where all of a sudden people are going back and looking at the records and it's like, great, $10 billion was fraudulently wasted and spent on stuff that we didn't need, right? Because no one was watching or double checking. And I'm not saying that staff isn't watching and that they're not doing a great job. I'm just saying that, again, I believe that's part of the reason that we were elected. And I just want to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence and understanding how we're spending the money before approving everything. So I'm good. But thanks for hearing me out.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, please call the roll.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Ellen Boss opposed. The next item is AB 2020-457, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Blaine School District to increase the allocation of CARES Act funding by $100,000 in an amount not to exceed $230,000. Council?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed. Next is AB 2020-458. Request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Ferndale School District to increase the allocation of CARES Act funding by $100,000 in the amount not to exceed $230,000.
Move approval.
Move approval? Or second?
Brown moves, Kirschner seconds. Any discussion on this one? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed. Next is AB 2020-459. Request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Meridian School District to increase the allocation of CARES Act funding by $100,000 in an amount not to exceed $230,000. Council?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Byrd moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
you're
Can't hear
muted.
can't hear your beautiful voice, Barry.
Thank you. Okay, AB 2020-460, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and North Whatcom Fire and Rescue for the cost of 2 students to participate in the paramedic training program in an amount not to exceed $232,436.88.
Move to approve.
Donovan moves.
Second.
Frazee seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Kirschner.
We didn't get a chance to discuss this in the finance committee today, so I just wanted to ask, is this money coming out of the EMS levy, or is this coming out of something else?
I'll let Mike Hilly answer.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Mike Hill, EMS Manager. And yes, that's funds that are coming out of the EMS levy, supporting the 2 paramedics that were selected to become part of the medic program, and they'll be finishing school by January 21.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. I saw something which I believe I really like, which is that they're contracted to work with us for 5 years, and if they quit early, they have to pay a proportion of their training costs back. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that's an agreement between the employer and the paramedic student, as well as part of that ILA to guarantee that they'll be in the program for 5 years.
I like that a lot.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Byrd opposed. Next is AB 2020-461, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and the Mount Baker School District to increase the allocation of CARES Act funding by $100,000 in an amount not to exceed $230,000.
Move to
Move
approve.
approval?
Or I'll second. Kathy.
Kirschner moves, Donovan seconds. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed. Next is AB 2020-462. Request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Nooksack Valley School District to increase the CARES Act funding allocation by $100,000 in an amount not to exceed $230,000. Council?
Move for approval?
Second.
Frazee moves, Brown seconds. Discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed. Next is AB 2020-467, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Michael Bobick for hearing examiner services. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Brown, a second by Kirschner. Discussion. Councilmember Byrd.
We give him office space too, right? Because he's right up here on Forest Street in the county building. Is that correct, Barry? I see you shaking your head. Is that a?
Yeah, I've seen on the side it said hearing examiner. So
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go back to, I guess, 2 years ago I guess a year ago, feels like 2 years ago, but I'd actually like to see that this is reduced back to what it was previously, to where he was at last time. So it would be $88,783 was the last amount of the contract. And the reason for that is he is a contractor. Again, he works for a number of other jurisdictions. What I didn't know then that makes me feel more strongly about this now is that we were also providing office space for him. And in addition to that, some of these new code amendments or updates that have gone through have the director deciding things so that it doesn't have to go to the hearing examiner, which will lighten further his load and the number of cases that he hears. And so with that in mind, he's going to end up doing less work and we're covering more expenses for him on this. I don't feel comfortable with that amount. So I guess, can I make a motion to edit this contract though? No.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
Don't listen to her.
This is Dana. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We hear Siri.
So I'm sorry, what was your question, Tyler?
Since this is a request authorization for the executive to enter the contract, is it possible for us to amend this contract, or doing so would essentially have to send it back to him for approval?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put that out there. We'll see what happens, but I'll move to amend the contract amount to the previous contractual amount of $88,783. $1,283.32.
Second.
We
Really?
have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Thanks, Todd, for seconding.
No, I just wanted to hear what people might have to say about this.
Discussion? Councilmember Frazee, then Ellenboss.
I'm trying to think back. Sorry, I'm trying to think about the conversation we had 2 years ago. How many counties does he work with? Does anyone have that information?
This is Kathy Halka with the council office. Last year we had an RFP for hearing examiner services, and Michael Bobbink was the sole responder. At that time, Michael Bobbink, I believe, had not received a raise in a number of years. I believe his last increase was in 2015 from 82,000 to 88,783. I did a comparison at that time and looked at what the cost of living increases were that were provided to unrepresented county employees, and it was about 13.3%. At that time last year, we increased the contract by 10%, which didn't meet the 13.3%, just to give you a frame of reference. And then as far as other jurisdictions that the hearing examiner works with, I believe he's a municipal court judge for the city of Blaine and also provides hearing examiner services to other jurisdictions. But I don't recall exactly which. That's all I have, and I can answer any other questions, hopefully.
Councilmember Byrd, Ellenboss.
Or Ben, did you want to go first? I didn't see your hand.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe he does the court for Everson/Nooksack as well. And then, yeah, I guess I always have a hard time with these contracts when we only get one person that puts in for it. It just kind of feels like competition would give for a better product. And yeah, if I don't have anything nice to say, I'm not going to say anything at all.
Okay, Byrd, Kirschner, then Frazee.
Okay, thanks. I think this is really important distinction. I know that this contract says it's with Michael Bobbink, but we have to understand that he is a company we are hiring. He is not an unrepresented employee of the council, or not the council, of the county, right? So this is the same thing that we would look at, let's say, the resources contract, where you give them, I don't know, $35,000 to teach the recycling, right? We don't give them an automatic pay increase with the cost of living every year on that contract. We don't do that because we contract with them to provide that service. And if the service were to get more expensive, then they could come back to us and renegotiate the rate. But they're an organization that we are paying for a specific service, and we renew that service every single year. Michael is the same way. He is a business, and he sells his service to multiple other jurisdictions in our state. And he generates a lot more revenue than just the $88,000 that we pay him, in addition to the fact that we're giving him office space. Other counties, when you looked at it and some of the data, they were actually having full-time staff and departments internal that were running as hearing examiners. That's an option. The other option I did see that I thought was more viable to that was actually hiring a law firm out of Seattle, which is what I believe it was Woodby Island or Island County had done, because he was the hearing examiner for them and they didn't want to renew. And so they went to basically a law firm who replaced him. Now, I could be wrong on the county, but it was one of the other jurisdictions he was representing. So at the end of the day, we're paying for a service here. We have one vendor. There are other ones that we could go out and speak to. But I think it's fair, like that's a fair amount for seeing a decreased workload.
Councilmember Kirschner.
I was just wondering if we had any comparisons to hearing examiners for counties our size with a typical caseload that Michael has been reviewing. I mean, it's really hard for me to look at this and say it's either enough or it's not without any context around it. As far as, you know, what is the market for this? And I'm not opposed to paying him this. I would just like to know what the comparisons are. Do we have that, Kathy?
Yes, I can reference some information that I gathered last year about other jurisdictions. It seems like there are counties that have differing caseloads than ours. We have quite a heavy caseload. For example, this year we're already at, I believe, 36 cases. Last year we had 37. The year before that, in 2018, it was 43. So we don't, of course, have control over our caseload. So having a set fee to a hearing examiner provides some consistency on that. And then there are other contracts. For example, the city of Bellingham contracts with Sharon Rice. And her contract, they had 23 cases last year, and she charges a per case rate, and then a docket fee of $900, and then $140 an hour, for example, and then a rate for drafting findings and that sort of thing. But in general, I did look at some, for example, independent law firms that offer hearing examiner services at a per case rate. And it's typically around $2,500 all in per case. And when I applied that rate in a way to, let's say, the cases last year, those 37 cases in 2019, we ended up at about $84,000. So, at a per case rate, if you have a heavy caseload in a year, it ends up being about the same. If you don't, maybe there's savings, but that's not really something you can predict per se. And then I will also just add as a side note that, we did reach out to other contractors last year to alert them that an RFP would be coming out, including Sharon Rice. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, and Ms. Halka, I think I remember last year, Mr. Bobink's record. I believe he's the one that's an excellent record, and is that correct? Like what he does for our county? Did we have anything on that?
There haven't been any complaints that I'm aware of to the council office. And then with regards to appeals, I apologize, but I can't answer that question as to whether there have been appeals.
Okay.
I can answer that question. This is Dana Brown Davis. If we go back, let's say 10 years, there were probably 25 appeals to the council, and I can't say for certain how many of those went to Superior Court. It may have been 4 or 5. And of those, maybe 2 were overturned in the last 10 years. It might have even been longer than that we've had a couple. So, but once the appeal record is prepared by our office and submitted to Superior Court, we kind of lose track of what happens after that, because it doesn't really affect our office. So, but I do know that there's, 2005, 6, 7, 8, we consistently had maybe anywhere from 2 to 7 appeals to the council per year. I don't know if that helps you at all, but.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Byrd and then Donovan.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Kirschner, or Councilmember Kirschner. So to answer your question earlier, Ferndale pays a fixed annual amount for contract hearing examiner services of $13,200 per year. Skagit County pays a fixed annual amount of $60,000 per year. And let's see here. In addition to that, if you look at internal departments, Spokane has an internal department. The entire department for 1.8 full-time employees. So office space, all of their utilities, everything we have to deal with as well, is $219,000 per year. And then Orillia County they charge at a cost of $126 per hour for 2 staff members. One's a hearing examiner and one's a staff assistant for that. This was the other thing that was bothering me about this, is that there's no like tracking of hours or time or cases or how long it takes on average for cases. So we don't actually know what we're paying per hour or how much time. It's hard for us to take that to the market and say this is what we're doing, other than it's X number of cases. So internally, all of those, if you break them down and look at total expenses, they're all less than what we're paying for our service right now.
Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, just first, I want to thank Kathy Halka for doing all the research on this. But in response to, I think what the clerk said, it's really expensive to go to Superior Court. So I don't think that's that's a challenging thing to use as a quality evaluation. It's the fact that people aren't going to Superior Court when they don't get the finding that they want, because they can't afford to.
Councilmember Kirschner.
When we put the RFP out for this contract, Kathy, did we specify how much money we were looking to pay?
I'd have to look back at the RFP, but I believe that we did not specify, that we identified the services that we were requiring to be completed.
So where did we get the amount in this contract?
This is an amendment to the 2019 contract. And I believe it was the RFP resulted in a proposal. And we had one respondent with a proposal. And that contract was approved. And the current contract amendment before you is based on that 2019 contract, which has the opportunity for 3 annual extensions. Excuse me, annual extensions 3 times. And the contractor had agreed in this amendment to accept a 5% reduction in pay in order to share some of the burden of budgeting that the county is experiencing.
So did the council office reach out to him and negotiate that 5% reduction in pay?
Yes.
I know it seems like we've talked about this before. I'm just trying to put it all together. And is that what generally other departments are experiencing, as 5% reduction? About 6% maybe, is that called budget?
I can't speak to how other departments are handling contracts with subcontractors. In this particular case, I will just say that when I contacted Michael Bobank to talk to him about this contract amendment, I had suggested that he consider sharing some of the cost burdens that the county was experiencing. And he agreed to this amount.
To answer your question, one thing is that Tyler is not available. If there is a fire alarm in the courthouse, so they have to evacuate, just so that you know. So Tyler, just sent me a text message. Oh, he's back here. So what we have done is, Ms. Kirshner, that the furlough we did with the employees, we have not reduced wages, but we did 32 hours of furloughs. And that was the contribution or pay reduction we had this year.
Right. I guess what I'll say is that I don't know that on the eve of us approving this contract, I would want to go in and change the amount. But I would say that in the future, these kind of negotiated contracts, especially one where the hearing examiner is actually, part of the council office, that we would have a robust discussion about negotiating this, maybe in executive session, in future years, so that we're not negotiating or it's really difficult to talk about lowering somebody's contract in a public meeting on the eve of the vote. So I'm going to vote against amending it tonight with that caveat that in the future we discuss these things in an executive session, if appropriate, so that we're coming together with a majority opinion to the public with what we're willing to pay somebody. I hope that made sense.
Okay. Any other further comments on Tyler's motion to amend? I think we'll have you repeat that, Tyler, since we've been yakking for a bit. So can you restate your motion?
Yeah, it was to amend the compensation amount to the 2019 level of $88,783.32.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Red Brown,
No.
Barry Buchanan,
No.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
No.
Kathy Kirschner.
Thanks, guys. No.
Okay,
Yeah, that was a strange vote.
that fails 3-4. So now we're back to the contract amendment itself.
That was an interesting split of the council.
It was very much.
I did the 13th or something weird.
How would you have voted, Sal Paul? Okay, so any more discussion on just the motion to approve the amended contract? Okay, let's vote on that.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Abstain.
Ben Ellenboss,
Come on, Todd. No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 4-2 with one abstention. Okay, moving on to AB 2020-464. Request approval for the county executive to award bid number 20-61 for the purchase of furnishings for the Lighthouse Mission Ministries base camp to Norix Group Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $329,645.45. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Brown move. Do we have a second? Todd seconds. Okay.
Just a quick comment. The information in the packet didn't explain how much we're getting for that, and so I asked. So it's actually hundreds of these units, and so I'll support it. But I wish we'd get more detail in the future in our packet about what this is going for.
Yeah, I agree. Councilmember Byrd.
I 100% agree. Todd, thanks for bringing that up. It would be really nice to be able to know exactly what we're getting for each of these. I almost feel like we're getting less information here lately than what we used. Each meeting than the previous, but
I think it's a couple hundred units. I see Erica just chimed in, but so.
Erica, I see your smiling face, so could you enlighten us?
I'm here, and Ann Deacon has joined us. I'm not sure if she's on the phone or over computer, but she is happy to share additional
the
details
attendees.
with you.
She has her hand raised, I bet.
I see Ann Deacon with her hand raised. Ann, can you unmute yourself? And
no, unmute here. There you go.
Can you hear me?
yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. All right. So this is a bid where we have a shelter grant that is allowable to purchase furniture for shelters. This is that grant that we looked at, I think, at the last meeting, which is $194,211 to be spent between now and June of 2023. And so one of the commitments we had made in our plan with the concert with the city of Bellingham, who shares this grant, although the entire amount comes to us, was to help set up the base camp. And so part of that was purchasing beds and mattresses that could be used not only in the current base camp, but also could be moved to their permanent location. We put out this bid for beds that could also have built-in storage so that guests who stayed at the base camp would have a place to store their possessions securely during the day. They no longer would have to bring them with them onto the streets when they're out and about during the day. And so this particular bid met the needs not only in terms of space adequacy, but also the ability to then put partitions between each bed. So 200 beds have been will be ordered, as well as 200 mattresses to go with them. And that's what this is going to accomplish.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend you, Ms. Deacon, on getting beds that have storage, because it's the idea of a person who's in a shelter trying to find a job while lugging all their belongings with them it's setting them up for failure. And so I think this just makes it a lot easier for them to transition back into a normal lifestyle.
Councilmember Ellenbach.
Okay, so a little quick math, that's $1,648 for a bed and a mattress per. What's the life expectancy of the mattresses? Do we know?
I don't have that on me. Quite a long time. They're fairly indestructible. They're set for institutional settings. I know that we have ordered from this same company for the Crisis Stabilization Center. And when I used to manage a state prison, we actually used the same furniture as well. It's fairly indestructible, lasts a very long time. Those charges also include sales tax and freight and delivery on site.
Go ahead, Ben, follow up.
Okay, and then so base camp is it's contracted for what, 5 years? Is that what it is?
3 years with an option for one more.
3
and
years.
during that time, right, they're launching a capital campaign. They need to construct a permanent location for themselves. And then
Okay.
these beds can go with that.
Okay, so the life expectancy of the bed is greater than the 3 years there.
I would be surprised if it was less than 10 years, the life of the beds. They can also be stacked so that if in the future they need to create space for more people, they can create bunk beds out of these and put in more space in their new location, or even in their current one if necessary.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben. One more follow, then we'll go to
Sorry,
Mr.
one more. And because I missed the tours of this facility because I had to work on the days that they were offered, but we're just using like roll-up mats right now.
Basically mats, yes. They're thick enough that you probably don't hit the floor. I don't know how long the mission has had them. They are cracked. They do have to clean them every day. We did put out in a bid a requirement for beds that could, or mattresses that could be disinfected regularly and that were also impermeable to liquids. Pretty high-end stuff, just because of the population we serve and the need to have them last a very long time.
Mr. Brown.
And I'm assuming they're also designed so they can't facilitate suicide attempts or be used as a weapon against another.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Byrd.
So is the math on this is we're getting 100 beds out of this? Is that right?
200.
200 beds. Okay. All right. So that's your 1,600, and then that's just the bed itself. That's not the rest of the facility or anything else.
It's the bed, the storage that is part of the bed, the frames, as well as the mattresses.
And then do they stack or are they side by sides?
They can be either. They can be stacked into bunk beds if necessary.
Okay. And I know you guys are working crazy hard and shuffling a lot, like probably 300 times your traditional workload. So I appreciate that a lot. I wonder, this is nothing against the work that you guys do. I feel like we're giving a lot of money to this specific project. How many people are going to be housed in there at the end of the day?
So right now, my guess is all 200 of those beds will be filled, and they're going to have to figure out what to do with the other overflow. Right now, during the last week, I haven't heard the count from the last couple nights, but they were up to 192 who stayed there one evening. I think the other thing I just want to point out too, because this sounds like a lot of money. It sounds like a lot of money to me, but the state legislature dedicated these funds specifically for the purpose of increasing shelter capacity and beds in the communities throughout the state. So it's the state's money. We're required to use it in these manners, and all 200 of these units will be used.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't know what the total cost per bed is going to be on this project after it's all said and done with rents and costs to build out and power, electricity, and staffing, everything else. But I would rather see these people sleep on the floor and not have beds, have mats, and take that money. I know Todd's like, what? But take that money and use it to buy 50 of these pallet shelters that we can get for $5,000 each, that are independent shelters that give storage and beds, and they're entirely built out little houses. And I mean, that would give us 50 extra beds. And I know that means 200 people have to sleep on the floor versus on a mattress, but that's still better than the sidewalk. And it still gives us 50 extra people on another site in another facility at a lower cost, a significantly lower cost, I have to imagine.
So council member,
yeah,
we actually put out a request for proposal for what you're asking, and we received only 2 responses, none of them offering that. We also have money to still do that as well as these beds, and that was our plan. We set aside money for beds. We set aside money for smaller shelter type alternatives. We're still working with the people who proposed, but we're also working with the city of Bellingham for other alternatives. I know they have a safe parking RFP out. I know there has been talk about tiny homes and other small homes on pallets. The only other thing I would say about the mattresses on the floor is that there are a number of people served at the Lighthouse Mission currently who have significant health issues. And there were two reasons for trying to get them up off the floor. One was just to make sure people could get up from sleeping, and also to prevent, spread of disease and some of the concerns that happen when there's mattresses on the floor. And then the third one was to accommodate the storage so that we could actually prevent people from having to walk around with shopping carts during the day with all their belongings.
Yeah.
So we do have money for both those things. We just didn't get a response our first time out.
So, in talking to some of the advocates previously, my understanding is this pallet shelter down in Seattle actually has a couple hundred units that are ready to go that could be purchased and brought up in a matter of a day or so. $5,000 per unit, and they basically kind of like bolt up. But I guess in my head, I'm thinking we have a fixed amount of money, and I do think it's going to be a crazy cold winter comparative to what we've seen in the past. If people are indoor, the more people we can get inside, the better, even if that means it's not as comfortable at the end of the day. But those just seem like such a great cost analysis or comparison to, and even a better service since they get a bed and their own little shelter and storage in their own little place. But I guess, Ann, I mean, if we could get you a contact for them, is that something that we could reach out to, or?
Yes, and I'm not sure that we didn't send them a copy of that RFP, to be honest with you, but it's possible we missed them, and it would be great to get that contact. But with that said, we do still have money for those alternatives.
Okay, but I'm going to say they have 300 units, so if we have money, I'd say let's buy some more units.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Thank you, Ann.
Hey, Ann, real quick. So the folks that stay at base camp, they get assigned a bed, or do they get a new bed every night? Or they'll have the option to leave their stuff in these beds during the day?
Correct. And they have locked the sleeping areas also so that there will be double security. So they would have not only their own personal storage, if that's where they're going to be staying each night until they find a place of their own, but then the sleeping quarters are also locked by the staff at base camp.
Executive Sadu.
Yeah, if you guys do a quick calculation, if it is costing even $1 million a year with 200 people for full year, it comes to less than, it's about $13 a day. Just to put the perspective.
Any other, just Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah. Is that just the cost of the mattress you're calculating? Or is that?
I calculated $1 million a year cost of operating. I just picked a number. I don't think it's costing us $1 million. This fixed cost, if you do it over 3 years per day, it's come to $1,600. A 10-year life, that's $160 a year cost of mattress. You divide by 12, that's $10 a month. Then you divide by 30, right? So, but I calculated that because this remark has been made many times, we are spending so much money on these homeless people. We are spending so much money. We keep giving money to them. If you look at overall, this is the easiest way the society has been able to take care of them. Why we even have these people homeless in a country, the richest country in the world? Put things in perspective. We're spending $15 a day to house them. That's all we are spending.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. This will sound crude, but I'm going to take a note out of Ben and just make it straightforward. I don't want to take care of them. I don't want to cover a cost to make it so that it's just something that they live and do in perpetuity forever and nothing ever changes for them. I want to create opportunities for them to improve their lives and programs that force them through that and have very specific measurements and accountability towards actually doing that. Because if we don't, I don't believe we ever can build enough houses to support everyone in our community that will need homelessness or be in homelessness if we never get those people out of it and just continue to put more people in. That's impossible. And so we need really great programs, which I know we have some of, but that'll also bring me back to this. With that, I would like to see accountability measures that are included in these contracts that are more than just in concept of we have so many beds and that you have to keep so many percentage of those beds full every night. I'd like to see stuff the way it's like you have to have people that exit that into actual housing at X rate or within a certain period of time or in a program that accomplishes specific goals and are showing forward momentum that we can track and showcase, because every bed they take up is a bed that someone else doesn't get. And I need those people that are on the street that don't have a bed because we don't have enough right now to have an opportunity to get one in the future if they're trying to improve their lives and move forward. So,
Council member?
yes, Ann.
Yeah, I guess I want to actually support some of what you said. We actually, in our contracts with our housing providers, ask all of those things and require it. And they have to provide performance measures and we enter it into a statewide database. So we actually agree and think that the purpose of shelter is a first step to a home of one's own. In this case, this is a unique situation in that there were state legislated grant dollars assigned to our community to actually just provide shelter bed capacity. So that's why, taken in isolation, this may look like it's not doing much, but it really is in isolation. As I want everyone to understand that we work very hard with our community partners to make sure we're moving people out of homelessness into places of their own. This is just because this comes to you in isolation as one particular large expense, it looks like we're not doing exactly all the things you want us to, but in fact, we agree with you. It's critical to give people a hand up and opportunities.
Thank you, Ann.
Mr. Donovan.
Ann just kind of said some of what I was going to say, but I think there's probably more agreement here than disagreement. It's just we've got this narrow revenue source to use on this. It seems like a good use of those monies, but it's not. It doesn't mean we can't do the pallet house things and looking at the barriers of that. It's like citation. Like, what are the RFPs? Like, do we physically have places to put that? So those are another discussion that I hope we can have. But I think this is a good proposal, and it doesn't negate us doing these other things.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
I think if you pay attention to the way that I vote, I typically vote no on COVID-related expenses for numerous reasons. Some of which is that I don't think they're very well thought out. However, I'd speak in favor of this because I think it seems well thought out and a good investment. And, you know, I think about some of the things that Tyler said, I think about as well. However, I also think about the fact that some of these folks, homelessness isn't a crime in my mind. And I think that the criminals that are in our jail probably have a better bed than these folks do. So I think this is a fairly good expenditure.
Any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No, but Ann, I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Byrd opposed. Last item on our consent agenda is AB 2020-473, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement amendment between Whatcom County and the city of Bellingham for a cost sharing related to the COVID-19 health crisis. Council, what's your wishes?
Move for approval?
Second.
Crazy moves, Brown seconds. Discussion.
is this a motion on the substitute?
I don't have that written. I don't know. That's a good question.
Councilmember Buchanan, this is Tyler Schroeder. There's a substitute version that came in to update the Whatcom County not to exceed amount from $1 million to $1.2 million.
So yes, it would be the substitute version. Do we have discussion? Go ahead, Tyler.
We didn't get a staff report on this earlier, but my understanding is, so this 1.2 that we'll put up is going to be matched by 500,000 from the city, and that ultimately is also going to the Lighthouse mission for base camp, in addition to the 360 or 29,000 from the last one.
That's correct.
So what's like, this is just being used for more of the build out of the facility?
If Andy can still on, she can walk through, but there's additional Department of Commerce grants that we didn't know of back in July when we came into this base camp agreement with the city of Bellingham. So we continued to adjust the amount from the county's Department of Commerce grants for homeless sheltering to increase that amount from 800 to 1.2 million.
Yeah, this is Ann. That is true. The Commerce has been very generous this year. And again, these funds are dedicated to emergency shelters. And so we had more to contribute. And some of them are federal funds and some are state funds, no local funds.
Any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
You're on mute.
That passes. Sorry, that passes 5-2 with Ellenboss and Byrd opposed, and that concludes the consent agenda. I will turn it over to Committee Chair Byrd for the rest of his committee.
Thank you. One second. Okay. Okay. So the first item we have is AB 2020-468. It was a discussion for utilizing CARES Act funding to assist Whatcom County water districts. That was turned into a motion to approve or recommend approval of $400,000 of CARES Act funding to be used to support Whatcom County water districts. That passed in committee 201 with council members Kirschner and Byrd in favor and council member Brown abstaining. I move for approval. In addition, I sent everyone an email that we got from the GM of Lake Whatcom Water Sewer District, and he forwarded us some information that they received from the state associations on how other jurisdictions were using that or using CARES funding to help with this exact problem and the process they were doing it with.
Councilmember Donovan?
I guess I'd request some clarification from the executive or deputy executive. I mean, I commend Mr. Byrd for trying to get money to folks who might be getting shut off from their utilities and stuff. But can we use the CARES dollars to go directly to these water districts, or does it have to be some intermediate like the Opportunity Council or something else to do that? And do we have dollars available to do it? Just two questions.
Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. I'll read to you what the U.S. Treasury FAQ from the 2nd of September indicates. The question is, may funds be used to replace foregone utility fees? If not, can funds be used as a direct subsidy payment to all utility account holders? The answer is, funds may not be used for government revenue replacement, including the replacement of utility unpaid fees. Funds may be used for subsidy payments to electricity account holders to the extent that that subsidy payment are deemed by the recipient to be necessary expenditures incurred due to COVID-19. At the end, it says, for example, if determined to be necessary expenditure, a government could provide grants to individuals facing economic hardship to allow them to pay their utility fees and thereby continue to receive essential services. So originally, when we analyzed that and reviewed that FAQ, it was indicating that CARES Act dollars couldn't be provided directly to a utility to pay for foregone utility fees. It does indicate that if there is a situation that the essential service wouldn't be able to be continued, CARES Act dollars would likely be able to be granted to the individuals to help them pay for it. The complexity of that program, I'm not saying you couldn't accomplish. It would just take some time to develop and figure out exactly how to work with all of the ratepayers, have them understand if they have an economic hardship and help pay them directly or through another way, somehow connect their rate pay to the utility and be consistent with that language. So that's the complexity. I'm not saying there isn't counties that are doing it because Councilmember
Siri kicked in when I tried to unmute. I don't know what's going on here. So just to confirm, so because this is my sense, most of the way the CARES Act dollars were set up so we can't replace operating revenues unless it's WTA, SAP on the WTA board. So there's some carve outs for some governments, but not for like utility districts. So that's what I'm hearing from Mr. Schroeder. Okay. And I hope we can figure out a way to do this. I'm just seeing not directly to the district.
There does appear to be programs throughout the state that Councilmember Byrd showed that Justin Clary, I believe his name is, from Lake Whatcom Water and Sewer District. But I don't know all the details, and I don't know exactly how they've got over this FAQ and made the connection to the economic hardship to the utility payer.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, the challenges I would have in sending the money direct to the utility, in addition to what Mr. Schroeder has said, is we have to make sure that if we're giving them relief for people who haven't paid, that those people are in fact getting their accounts adjusted and not being then hit up for more money later on. And I certainly don't support the idea of paying the late fees or interest charges, which are probably out of context or out of line with what the actual cost of the utility is. And I think citizens will want to see a fairness that, you know, Harry gets it because Harry clearly is in financial straits, and not just that Harry's found out that if he just applies, he doesn't have to pay his bill. So, you know, if we can find some way to work with individual recipients and then let the water districts and the water associations know there's a program for people who are qualified based on income level or assets or whatever the threshold is, that they can apply individually. That's something I would support.
Councilmember Byrd?
Thanks. I did some quick math real fast, and I looked at just the water districts that provided the number of individuals that were late, along with the amount of money that would be needed to cover that. So it's only a handful of water districts. We keep that in mind. But if you take all of the people that they have between those ones and divide it by the amount of money, they're asking and saying there's $107,660 needed to cover for 406 households. So that's not people, that's 406 households for that dollar amount. So we're spending $265 per household to ensure that they keep their water and sewer and have a place to essentially continue living at the end of the day. We talk about this all the time in the aspect of it's way cheaper to invest in prevention than it is to have to invest after the fact to get someone back on their feet. And so keep in mind, 406 households for $265 per household. And then let's just go back and look at the last two things we approved before this. Homeless individuals that we just approved $2,029,000 for between us and the city of Bellingham for 200 beds. That's $10,000 plus per person of CARES funding. So we can spend $10,000 per person to give them a bed to get them off the street, or we can spend $265 per household right now to make sure that they don't end up there.
Yeah, I got executives to do, then Mr. Brown.
Yeah, two things I just wanted to share. That Puget Sound Energy had a similar issue, and this is what they did. They allocated $11 million from their own foundation to help people. They did not just pay PSC, okay, here's money to do this and wipe out these bills. They actually created a thing. They worked with the nonprofit organizations and to help people to do that. And to the question Mr. Byrd just said, we are not saying that $265 is too much. We don't have money. We don't want to help them. I think you're going in a totally different direction. When you compare homeless with this, that has never been a question. Why you are helping these 400 households? I don't know where that come from. Only discussion we've been having in the morning and now is process to do that. I even said in the morning, even $400,000. I don't know why keep hampering on that we are helping this but not helping that. That's not even the issue.
Brown, and then Donovan, and then Frazee.
We'll a couple of clarifying things. I'm not opposed to helping people to continue to get water service, and I'm not opposed to helping the water districts and the water associations. But it's more than 400 people because the outreach that was done was only to a very limited number of those water purveyors, and there's 200 or 400 of them in total. So, and there has to just be there has to be a degree of equity amongst all those water users that if they have the need, they have the ability to get it, not just the ones that we've had communications with.
Mr. Donovan.
Carol's hand was up before mine.
Okay, go ahead, Carol.
So it sounds like this may be able to happen if we had a process and that it went to the individuals. I think that's what we're saying from the CARES money. So we have to stay within the rules. But we're also like looking at the associations, the water associations. So I don't know, is there, I mean, if Mr. Byrd has a process that they've already used, I'd like to hear that, but something to make sure that it's coming from the CARES Act money and not, it doesn't come back to us, but we're end up paying it.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I'm sort of following what Ms. Frazee was saying. I mean, I'd like to figure out a way to make this work. It doesn't seem like we can give money directly to the water districts. If it's $265 times 400, we're talking about $106,000. But again, we don't. I don't know exactly where those numbers come from. But if we, if there was a mechanism where we had funds available and we could designate it to the Opportunity Council to top up some of the stuff that they're already doing, I could support something like that. But if we look at some of those emails, one of the more interesting ones that Tyler forwarded on, that the water districts have a very small fiscal staffing levels, and handling agreements with federal funds is a big ask. Another idea would be a regional community assistance program like the Opportunity Council. That was the Birch Bay Water District. The Lake Whatcom Water District, they're looking at the lost revenue, not as lost revenue, but as delayed revenue. So I don't think the mechanism is to go through the water districts. So is there a vehicle we can do where the water districts can get the word out for the people who are affected by this, and we can make it work? But again, I appreciate Mr. Byrd bringing this up, and I want to figure out a way we can make it work.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing, Todd. I was wondering if Mr. Schroeder could tell us, would we be able to partner and help fund through the Opportunity Council and enhance their program?
Maybe I can just add one thing, that the time, like I said earlier, that November 30th is the deadline. November 30th is the deadline, Tyler? Yes. And by December 15th, we have to submit all the bills to get reimbursed. If we are unable to, then we can't get reimbursed. Now, this could be a great idea if we get another stimulus, which is going to come one way or the other. And I think that we could put this on a priority and have all the water districts and water associations and everybody to see what is the equitable way. Look, it took us 3 months to work with schools. It wasn't like, okay, hey, here's money, let's go give money to schools. It took us 3 months where Mr. Brown, Gina, Don, there was a committee of 5 people who worked with each superintendent and worked this arrangement, whereas we knew that we have the money, we're going to give it to them. It wasn't just easy process, hey, let's just write checks to them. Same thing is with this. And I think that we can find a way, but the timing is very tight to actually have the contracts. There is subrecipient contract, even whatever way we do that. But I think that if there's a shortcut way, we would definitely look at it. I mean, this is something we want to help people. This money came to help people. This didn't come us to be that we are the arbiters of this money. We are just given guidelines and to spread the money to the public who suffered. And that's why I think that all I'm saying is that Tyler and his team can find a way to work through this, but I think it is not thing to do that in this short period of time. But if we do get another money, and I think that could be the item we can put it on there, that we can then restart it. Tyler, if you have to add something.
Mr. Short, you got something to add?
No, I was just walk through what the executive did. The one other issue that has to be resolved is the governor's moratorium on utility shutoff. and how that relates to the language and the FAQ as well. But as we have gone through and done some CDBG grants with the Opportunity Council, and that was specifically for a portion of it for utilities, and they're still working through the details. So I'll continue to work with them and talk with them about including water into that program, because their current programs are mostly just for electrical and other services. So I'll continue to work with them on that.
Councilmember Byrd?
Thanks. Well, oh yeah, Todd, Barry, I appreciate your guys' comments. I guess that's what I'm looking at too. If we can approve funding for it, I believe we can find a way to do it. But the first thing we have to do is agree that we're going to do it, and that's the $400,000. And your approach to that earlier when you were asking, well, and Carol, you as well. I mean, you asked like, how would we do it? And when you came and started looking at the problem, you're looking at the problem about, well, how can we get it done versus what are the reasons that we can't get it done? And that's the conversation I want to have is how do we make this happen for these organizations and these people? They did send over this information, and, you know, looking at it and reading through it, Cowlitz County has already an application that they put forward. They put forward some guidelines and requirements about who would be eligible and who could apply for it. We have documentation that they've given us that says that local governments may contract with their public utility districts to administer CARES funding for those customers with outstanding utility bills. So we can't give the money necessarily directly to the utility, but we can work with them to create that program where they can then reach out to their customers. Their customers could apply using the frameworks that Cowlitz County has done and the forms that they have done. And then we could approve them if they meet that, and it would pay through potentially. So it looks like there's several other counties that have done this and have done the heavy lifting. And I'm willing to bet if we could call them, they would give us that information and show us how they're doing it. And then we could just replicate that. And then it's just a matter of getting it out to all of the districts that in association, so it is equitable, and deciding on it, what that criteria is. Todd, you were right. I mean, the numbers in here, they are related to late fees and late. I don't know that will change if you can't shut somebody off and you can't stop service because it's against the governor's rules. All we're going to see is that those late fees continue to get further and further down the road as far as late go. And so Cowlitz County basically said, hey, if you're 30 days late or more and it's due to COVID related, then you can fill out this form and apply. And that's their starting criteria for that, essentially, a reimbursement. But that's, I guess, what I was looking for with this motion as well is, can we just approve the money as a budget item like we've done in the past, and then let's go see how we do it, make it happen. Staff and Unified Command of these people have made some amazing things happen in some really quick periods of time. So I feel like we could get it done if we wanted to.
Councilmember Brown.
Mr. Sadhu, just remind me, when do we have to have this latest batch of money spent?
November 30th and December 15th, we have to submit all the bills. You know, Mr. Byrd, with due respect, it took you 2 weeks to get a response from 10 people, and all 10 have not replied to you. All I'm saying to you is, with respectfully, it is not that easy. It's time consuming. We are not, you know, why would we deny something like this? Like, what is our motivation? We have no motivation to keep the money. But I don't want to promise something that we do hodgepodge, and then other people come to you and to the council, say, you guys did it for this, nobody asked me. People didn't even reach out to us. Like, we had a similar situation with business people, that when we wanted to do the second tranche, people said, well, should we open the applications again? People would say that, oh, I never was informed of this thing. We just trying to think practically. This idea is a great idea. The timing is not right, but we can continue the process, and if we get the new money, we can do that. I'm for suggestions. Please give us better suggestions that we can make it happen. But just saying let's just make it happen is not a practical suggestion.
Kirschner, then Brown.
I just wanted to kind of address this. I don't want the executive to have to get defensive about this. What I think I heard you say earlier is that you're hopeful there's more stimulus money, Executive Sadhu, and from your lips to God's ears, right? Let's see how that works out. But maybe what we can be doing is thinking about these sort of things and planning for that stimulus money. I understand the timing is really short on this, and that setting up systems and working with agencies like Opportunity Council to get that out and get the community aware of the fact that they can apply for this kind of support and help takes a long time, and it isn't easy. I understand that. And I'll just go back to that. These are the kinds of things that we need to be, as a group in leadership roles in our county, thinking about continuously as we move through this crisis. What's happening in our community, and what do we need to be paying attention to? So I'm happy to support the administration to get a plan together for how we might do this with additional stimulus money, or even some of our own county money if we've got some. It doesn't sound like we need all that much to help this particular situation out. But also think about the other kinds of bills people might not be paying because they're struggling in this time. So it might not just be their utility bills. It might be, well, I guess utility is pretty comprehensive, but their power bill and their gas bill and those kind of things too might be something we need to look at. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Mr. Byrd, I want to be clear. I support what you're trying to do, but to Mr. Sadhu's point before, we pulled out all the stops. We had multiple people working on it. It still took us 3 months to be able to find a way to spend the money for the schools. So if you can, I will support this. In principle, if you can go to someone like the Opportunity Council in the next couple of days and come back with a plan that says you think you can get this money spent by, what is it, probably the third week of November spent, then I would support the argument of allocating money. But here's my biggest concern. The most embarrassing thing for us at all is not that we don't spend the money on this, it's that we leave money on the table because we couldn't get our act together and find people who could actually use the money before the clock ran out. That's the most embarrassing thing, is to turn around and say, hey, constituents, I'm sorry, we didn't spend $2 million because we couldn't get the process in place and the people ready to take the money before the deadline. So
if you remember, 2 months ago, I said that the biggest challenge is how to spend the money. We got $21 million to spend, just about Whatcom County. And I did challenge it at that time that, guys, come up with ways to spend this money. The other part is Mr. Brown, that the second biggest embarrassing thing would be we go ahead and spend the money, and then the auditors come and find what they call it, a fault. I forgot the term. And then we get blacklisted. There are rapid audits for 3 years. And the second thing is we may have to pay the money back. For food security, which was well known in this, it took us 6 weeks just to get this assurance that we can spend the money.
Well, I'd actually argue.
Such a under pressure that county executive, don't be a chicken, just sign this. I said, no, I will not do that until we know that we are doing it properly. So that is another factor that we have to be very careful.
Mr. Brown.
Actually, Mr. Sadhu, I'd say first embarrassment is we don't find a way to spend the money. The second embarrassment is we spend the money and we don't get reimbursed. And the third embarrassment is we spend the money and we find out it was given to someone fraudulently who misrepresented something. So, yeah, I agree with you.
Councilmember Donovan.
It's kind of following. I'm just trying to figure out a way. So the getting back to the motion. So the motion, did it have a dollar amount? And if there is an emergency, so we can't. I'm looking at the calendar, right? So if we could get something done in a week or two, and money has to be spent by November 30th or whatever, I don't know if we can do that now. But getting back to the motion, do we have a motion to be maybe saying we're committed to having some money set aside now or from future stimulus money to address this problem? Is there a question? Is there money? And we had a reserve, at least with the first 12.7 million, that was undesignated, and then we designated that also. Is there stuff undesignated right now? And can we kind of conceptually commit, not necessarily with an ordinance or anything, to putting that towards whatever mechanism we can figure out in the next week or whatever to deal with this? Or do we want to be talking more long term and planning for potential future stimulus money? So actually, there's a long-winded way of saying it. So what is the actual motion we're talking about right now, and how do we craft that?
Councilmember Byrd, I'll call on you since it's your motion.
Well, the motion came out of committee, but it was to recommend $400,000 to be budgeted for this specific thing. I like the idea of, are there unallocated funds right now on the table? I'd add to that, we've gone out and told a lot of these organizations, you have the X amount of dollars that we're approving that you have to use for actual expenses. I have to imagine that not all of them will actually cap out those expenses and have enough qualified expenses to use that whole budget. So I don't know if we're tracking that and seeing how much we committed to organizations versus how much they're actually going to utilize of that commitment, and whether or not there's a gap there too. But that would be, I'd like to know that if we are. Rudd, I'll take the challenge. So I'm up for it. No, I'm dead serious. So you guys want to do that? Then you give me a dollar amount and tell me what we need. And the next council meeting is in 2 weeks, November, 3rd or 7th? Whatever. 10th? Okay. So November 10th, what do I need to bring back, and how much money do you give me?
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, so two things, Mr. Byrd. I think if you go to Gary Stoiker, he will have a list of all the most recent contact information for all the water districts and water associations. So that will make your communications easy. And then I think for me, I'd want to see a third party like the Opportunity Council that has a mechanism in place for validating whether a person qualifies for low income or something, as the person who's saying, yes, we want to give a check to Mary and to Harry and to Jane, right? I think that's a process that we would have to have in place, because they've got the mechanism and they know their constituent group, whether it's the Opportunity Council or somebody else like that. And then I suspect we would probably be okay giving money to the Opportunity Council, provided it was designated for an acceptable use under the CARES Act. That's my suspicion. And I would support that if we could do that in time.
Councilmember Frazee.
Okay, do we already have that in place with the Opportunity Council? Can't people already reach out to them? I mean, that's my understanding. They can already do that. So it was the water districts contacting the people that are delayed to contact with the link to ask for help with their water bill? I mean, is that already in place?
I think Mr. Schroeder said that they were only dealing with electricity. Was that correct, Tyler, at this point anyway?
Yeah, that's correct. I had indicated earlier that they provided utilities in the committee meeting this morning, and I followed up with the Opportunity Council, and it's not water at this point. But they do have a framework, Councilmember Frazee, to work with districts that would be a similar program as what we're talking about here.
And would water be, is it the CARES Act funding, or is it the Opportunity Council would have to open up that they're taking it for water and not just electricity? Is that where the division is? Is that where the problem is?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that in this situation, if CARES Act were allocated, they would be happy to accept it if it was able to be accomplished. The other program that we talked about earlier was the Community Development Block Grant dollars, which is a state program through Opportunity Council that they've been working as a subrecipient from the county to use for utility purposes. So this conversation is kind of already moving forward, but if we can find more dollars and the ability to use CARES Act, all the better, as you guys have indicated. There would be likely some allocated amounts in the essential government services that isn't spoken for at this point that could be used for this purpose if it was around that $300,000 or $400,000. All the other program dollars have been spoken for at this point.
Mr. Ellenboss.
So I believe I mentioned in the past that I had rentals, and for certain reasons, I pay the utilities for my rentals. And well, I haven't been paid rent since February, but I keep paying these utilities. And I guess, you know, I probably make more money than most folks in this county, but I also have, you know, some obligations that I need to make that are set and not set by me. And so, you know, I guess, is this going to be income related that that you get help with these utilities, or I mean, is this going to go to my renter that hasn't paid me rent in 2 months, who doesn't, or in 6 or 7 months, and doesn't have a water bill, or, you know, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of complexities around this that don't fit the normal need-based, you know, assessment.
Mr. Byrd.
Yeah, Ben, I'm happy to bring that back with all of that information. I mean, if you all are up for it, I will put all of that together and I will bring 100% of it back to us for approval.
Ben?
Yeah, I guess my point being is that, you know, I don't even know how I'm going to vote on this yet, but I'm thinking, you know, there's a lot of people who are the $260 or whatever they need for their water bill is a lot of money, but you know, there's folks that are out thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, you know, that are landlords that we aren't typically thinking about because they're always getting put in the category of, you know, the folks that are taking advantage of the tenants or whatever, you know. That's kind of the train of thought there. But, you know, I kind of feel for some of these folks who you know, probably going to lose everything over not getting rent for the last 8 months or 7 months or however long it's been. 526 months feels like.
Mr. Byrd?
Yeah, Ben, I imagine there'll be landlords in there too. And I know our rentals that we had in Oregon, we had a couple situations where people left and they didn't pay their utilities and the water was shut off, and we couldn't actually re-rent the unit until we paid their back utility for them to turn the water back on. And so I bring that up because I think that this same situation applies. I mean, there will be some of these people who rent homes and they're not going to be able to pay that back utility payment. And if they don't, it will end up being just an additional burden on the homeowner who hasn't been able to collect rent for an extended period of time too. So I agree. I'd like to see more programs that help them because I think the burden on them is enormous right now, and the long-term impacts of losing that housing is even worse. But this is just one little step, and hope maybe we can find another.
Mr. Donovan.
Oh, it's an observation. Appreciate the struggles of landlords here on the council, but if we want to build political support for this, that's maybe not the way to go.
So, Councilmember Byrd, your motion, I totally agree with everything, the conceptual that we're talking about here. The problem I have with it is we're trying to set a budget to something that we don't even have any idea of the scope of what the program's going to be or the criteria. It seems like, maybe we could, if you wanted to modify your motion, because we don't know, 400,000 may not be enough once you do all your research. So I don't know if you want to go do that work and come back and propose something that's got a little bit more detail to it, or if the motion could be just that we want to move in this direction. I don't know if it does us any good to budget for it because I don't know how accurate it's going to be. I guess that's my concern.
Yeah, Barry, it's a good point. I think that's relevant. I'm having to think through that one a little bit on the fly here, but this is off the fly. So it would seem to be nice if there was some amount of money, even if it's a smaller amount, so that if we go through the effort and we get people to come on board, that there can be something that's there to help. But it would be even nicer if we knew that, hey, if an overwhelming need came back and we looked at it and it qualified and everything made sense and we were able to do it, that there was also the ability to increase that minimum amount to a higher level so that we could help other individuals. I don't know how necessarily, because I don't know how much money that we have or where that's at, but it would be fantastic if we could do that. What I feel like I could bring back to the council is a program for this, a really great set of here's how many people we can fund or how many households, here's how many people in those households will touch, here's the average cost, here's the average dollar amount for it, here's the exact criteria for the funding, here's the organizations that will be, or organization either or that would be handling and facilitating that on our behalf. Here's the total dollar amount that we would need. Here is the potential agreement between us and the fulfillment if necessary, as well as the forms and applications. I feel like we could go so far as collecting applications, initial applications, if there was a dollar amount as a minimum, so that we weren't getting people's hopes up. But I wouldn't want to do that if we didn't have some budget established. But if we did, I do think we could even start collecting some applications as well, potentially.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Byrd, I really appreciate the sentiment of what you're trying to do and the people you're trying to help. But if I can just suggest, work backwards from the deadline, the hard deadline that Mr. Sadoo's said, which I think was November 30th. And that's when the checks must be written. So when you work back from that deadline, you can't come back to us with a proposal in 2 weeks. You basically got to come back to us with the actual names of the people who are going to get the money and why they're getting the money as opposed to somebody else, or what criteria. It's an incredibly tight timeline that I would challenge is, I mean, to be frank, I wouldn't attempt it myself because I know how long and how painful the one was to do with the schools, and they were much more organized. And they had a much clearer definition of what they needed the money for. So I don't want to encourage you to do something I think may be doomed to failure because of the timeline.
Right, I'm happy to go as far as getting applications, getting people signed up. And matter of fact, if we have 5 council meetings this week, I don't know, we have a lot, right? Every 3, okay, every other day. I mean, if we want to add this as a touch point for conversational purposes, Dana will have to check me on whether that's even possible. But I can bring another update back. What's our next budget meeting is Thursday or Friday? So 2 or 3 days. So, I mean, we could set some quick thresholds about how far we have to make it and what we need to do. But yeah, to me, I think we should try, and I'm willing to do it. So I just need you guys to be okay with giving me the rope so that if I can get it done, that we follow through with it, right? But yeah.
We'll always give you the rope to hang yourself.
Yeah, it depends what you do with the rope, I guess.
Well, that would be easy. Then you'd be rid of me real quick, wouldn't you?
If I may,
Executives to do.
I personally like the idea from Ms. Kirshner that we should gather the data, information, and be ready, and the opportunity comes. And Mr. Byrd, you just reminded me something which is your principle. When we come to you, means to council, chair of the finance committee, we say, just approve the budget, we will get you the details later. You do not want to do that. You are deadly against this until all the details are there before you approve anything. And now you are asking us to do the reverse.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Just kind of along these same, have any of you guys seen the Skagit County's mortgage relief program? I'll send you guys a link. Seems like a helpful thing to do.
Okay, Council, where do we want to go with this?
You want to let me do it. Because you can't tell me hey, it is a frustration for me a little bit, right? I mean, come with the ideas and it's like, well, we can't do this internally, but then but you can't go do it on your own. So if you're gonna tell me that we can't do it internally, I get that, but let me go do it then. And if I mess it up this time and I can't get it done, well, then next time you can shove that and remember last time, and yep, I'll have to eat that one, won't I? But let me try.
Councilmember Donovan?
So what's the motion?
The actual committee motion was to recommend approval of $400,000 in CARES funding for use for the assisted water districts.
Mr. Brown?
Can I perhaps offer a different motion that maybe you'll accept, Mr. Byrd? Is that the council is open to doing this, subject to you being able to demonstrate there are people who qualify. And if they qualify and we've got the money, then we can look at doing it. But I don't want to hold up the money if we have other things that qualify and can get done.
I agree with that. I don't either. I'm not. Yeah.
And if I just add, can I suggest before we even vote on this, why don't you give Gary Stoiker a call tomorrow and find out from him how easy or hard it's going to be to contact the water associations in the districts.
Tyler, would you consider putting this on hold until Thursday? That's our budget day meeting, and we would have time to notice an additional item. I would think, right, Dana?
That's correct.
It just seems like we would have a lot better chance of understanding. And, I worry about eligibility, of the CARES money for this. I think it's probably going to work according to what Tyler said, but, there was some question there. So can we get something a little more firm in 2 days?
Yeah. So Barry, I don't want to put it on hold in maybe that concept, but maybe someplace in between, because what I don't want to do is lose 2 days on this in the ether and be back to the same place with the same conversation. So, but maybe it's a milestone that we bump this to, hey, can we achieve this by Thursday? And if we can achieve X by Thursday, then we continue moving forward with the program. So how's that sound?
Sounds reasonable. Councilmember Brown?
I think to your philosophy, which you've expressed since you've been on the council, for the interests of transparency, I think it's better that you ask us to vote on something on Thursday where you've written, amongst other things, what the eligibility criteria is going to be and who's going to get the money directly. I think trying to do this stuff verbally on the fly is actually contrary to the things that you've talked about a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I'm okay with that. So, but I would say, so that to me arguably would be the perfect milestone then. So on Thursday to be able to come back and say, here's the criteria for the applicants, and here's a baseline for the process for how it could be done, and is it legal or is it not legal, and to be able to do this. How's that?
I'd love to see something on Thursday.
Okay.
I will tell you, I
know. We're
I spent 10 days on this. We spent so much time on the school program to make sure we were eligible. The stuff's complex. That's all.
I know. Dana or Barry, either one. This was originally the committee proposal or motion. So can I change that, or what's the process of that? I mean,
we can amend that motion, the original motion that you presented.
Okay. So then let's amend the motion that, I'm trying to work this out real quick in my head, but the move to that we would approve moving forward to the next milestone, which will be a deadline of Thursday's meeting, where we will need to present, or where we'll have to have a criteria for qualifying as a individual or household, a application form to do so, and whether or not CARES funding could be used for this, like those three things by Thursday.
Were you going to look at also the potential number of the scope of the need?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I have some of that information already, so I can go further. In doing so, though, what I would want to clarify with everyone is that as far as scope of the need goes, do we want to consider moving outside of districts to associations and allowing homeowners that are part of associations to participate if they meet the criteria that we establish?
Councilmember Frazee, then Donovan, then Brown.
I was going to say yes. I would like to see the associations included.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I'm sorry if my face just went sour. My phone just told me the Dodgers won the World Series, which is unfortunate. But as far as this discussion, I know it's only till Thursday that Mr. Byrd has, but as much as you can loop in, and this is a big ask, I guess, from the executive and Karen Frakes, but loop in legal and the admin to so we're not doing this again. I mean, so we know kind of where we're at when we get to Thursday, but it's a big lift. And if you can't get all the way there, come with something that would be like, here's what we need to do as soon as we get the next batch of stimulus money.
Mr. Brown?
I was saying I agree with the association issue. I think the name distinction is just a name.
Okay, Tyler, I don't know if anybody caught that as a motion, that what you described. Staff, did you capture that?
Can you please restate the motion?
Oh, sorry. Yes. So that we will, okay. The motion is that we approve moving forward with providing or potentially providing or relief to water districts and associations by completing or by presenting at next Thursday's meeting a minimum of whether CARES dollars could be used, a application for approval, a set criteria to qualify, and an estimated need, which would include associations and districts.
And I'd like to clarify something, Tyler. You said next Thursday. You're talking 2 days from today, correct?
Yeah, that one always gets me. Like technically, it's like next Thursday, but but is it next, or is it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anybody want to second that thing?
I'll second it.
Okay, Donovan seconds. Any further discussion on this?
Yeah, what time are you guys gonna start taking the pool on whether I can do it or not? No.
But actually, I would get back to what I said. Like, if it can't all get done by Thursday, come with something that gets us 90% there, and then when we do get some more money. But I can get it done.
Yeah, I got faith in you, Tyler.
I'll
Okay.
give you as much rope as you need.
Okay, so if there's no more comments, let's vote.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Abstain.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
that passes 6-0 with one abstention. Mr. Ellenboss abstaining. Okay,
Barry, real quick. I appreciate that a lot, everyone. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
well, thanks for bringing it to us. I think we all see the need and we agree with you. Okay, go ahead, Tyler. Next item. You've already covered one.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, this item was not on the agenda, and we still have 4 other finance items on the agenda, if I'm reading this correctly. I'm just wondering if we should dispose of those first.
Right. So yes, this item was on our previous agenda as the first item, number 1. And so that's why I covered it first, because it was a discussion point where we had a motion. So now I'm moving on to the second one on our list, which is the first one on our evening list. Are we good with that?
Which one? The
AB 2020-430?
Yeah.
Yeah, I follow you, Tyler.
This one.
Okay, all right. So next item is going to be AB 2020-430, ordinance amending the project budget for the Birch Bay Drive and Pedestrian Facility Project Fund. Request number 6 in the amount of $841,786. Pages 4 through 9 in your packet, and that passed in committee 3-0. And I so move.
We have that motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed.
Next item on our agenda is AB 2020-433, ordinance amending the 2020 Whatcom County budget, request number 19, in the amount of $7,904,575. It's pages 10 through 26 in your packet. That did not pass in committee. It failed 1-2.
I move to approve it.
Second.
Donovan moves, Brown seconds. Discussion, Mr. Ellenboss.
I apologize. I meant to vote yes on the last one. I just realized I said no.
Clerk of the Council, advice?
What was that? I'm sorry, I was looking for something.
Should we revote or can we just score Ben?
Say again, Ben.
Said on the last item, I meant to vote yes.
We'll just change you. It's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dana. Okay, so discussion on this motion. Mr. Byrd.
Yeah. This is my big problem with this is just the $4.5 million that's in here. And so we're budgeting it to go into an account, and we're actually approving to spend that for contracted services, but there is absolutely no information in that document about what that is actually going towards. And what I don't like about it is earlier in the year, it was the same thing where we had approved dollars for a specific project. And when that had come back to us for a second approval, the name of the project had been removed, and it allowed the administration essentially to move that money and give it to the base camp instead, without having to come back to us for approval, because it was just a blanket yes for that. And so I can't approve that or vote yes without clearly what we're actually voting yes on. $4.5 million for contracted services. I mean, that could be leasing cars, right?
Mr. Ellenboss.
Just to clarify, we're on 433, correct?
Correct.
As usual, I would like to bifurcate this and vote on each item individually. I move that.
Okay, it's been moved to bifurcate this and vote on each line item. Do we have a second?
But Barry, I second that, but we need Dana to jump in, because I thought she had told me in the past that we can't bifurcate an ordinance, that they each have to be redone as individual ordinance numbers.
And I think we have a motion already on the floor.
Can I just check with you all and make sure that you received that additional information from Tyler Schroeder for this item? It came to you, and there was 2 items that I sent you right before the meeting began. I just want to make sure you got that information.
I'm looking for it.
And Dana, your answer on the bifurcation?
So Tyler wants to pull a piece out of this, is that correct?
Ben talked about he moved to bifurcate it.
Well, if you remove a piece of the budget ordinance and you vote on that piece separately and it fails, then you vote on the rest of the ordinance and everything passes. If that one piece that you've removed you want to bring back again, it has to go back through the entire process and start over with introduction of the new ordinance.
Okay, I get it. Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, and then there is the motion to approve this. which I'll speak in favor of. Yeah, we did receive information both from Health Department and the Deputy Executive about where these funds were going to be going. And I also speak in response to the idea that in previous times we approved money that could have gone to leasing cars or whatever, and it ended up going to base camp. Council did approve those funds. That didn't just happen with the executive doing it without council approval. So I think it's important for folks to know that.
Mr. Byrd?
Yeah, and, you know, I
Tyler, you're muted.
sorry. I can go pull that meeting back up and be more specific about it, but the exact details aren't top of mind right now. But it was essentially something to the extent that we had approved like $1.2 million that I thought was supposed to go to Bellingham High School originally. And then it came back with the idea that it was an emergency approval and we would have to then reapprove it after 60 days or 90 days as an ordinance. And when it came back, that had been removed as far as what facility it would be spent on. And so then it got spent on base camp instead of the high school without coming back to us. And so that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, the site location thing, that's fair. But yeah, the funding was approved.
Yeah, correct. So thank you for the clarification, Todd. So, and that's, I do have the email that Schroeder had sent out earlier today that says, here's what we talked about in dollar amounts. But if we're talking about logistics and the legality of it, if that's not in that supplemental budget request, is these are the contracted services that are going to get paid for, then it's actually not a part of the agreement and the money can still be spent however, period. So for as long as it's contracted services, right? Or am I wrong on that? I mean, is that as a document that's been provided to us? Is that now legally binding and it can only be spent for those things?
The only person I see with a hand up is Mr. Brown. I don't know if you're going to answer that question, but Mr. Brown.
Well, I had a different question. I'll wait till Mr. Byrd's questions.
Okay. Does the administration have able to answer his question?
Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. I would just say that I did try to provide council an updated supplemental budget request that included the allocations to outline the $1.8 million for business recovery grants, $600,000 for child care grants, $100,000 for the ferry, $100,000 for economic development nonprofit, $1.3 million for the government operations response, and then the $600,000 for the school district technology. I provided that to the clerk. I think she's updated the document, and that was my way, Councilmember Byrd, of recognizing that information should have been provided to council in that original budget supplemental, and it was an oversight not to have it in there.
Tyler, I appreciate that. But I don't actually see that additional supplemental. Does anyone else? I just have the Excel document that you sent over with the breakdown.
If I could break in here, I'll tell you where it is, Tyler. So it's on an email that Dana sent to us with 2 attachments, and one of them says extra paperwork. The extra paperwork, if you open it and go to the 4th page from the bottom of that file, you'll see a table that references the CARES dollars in columns. Thank you, Tyler Schroeder, for doing that. It's helpful for me too.
It's on the Legistar also.
Oh yeah, it might be on Legistar. I just look at my email.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
So maybe my question may answer Mr. Byrd's concern, depending on what the answer is. So if your question is the money we're in this 7.9, we'd be agreeing to put in $4.5 million into the COVID emergency response fund. That's your area of concern, correct?
Mine?
Yeah, or yours or Ben's?
Oh, no. I'm okay putting it in the response fund, but the second line on that says that it will then be spent, and we're approving its expenditure for contractual services.
Okay. So, and my question is, the money going to the emergency response fund, the expenditure out of that fund is being governed by a council decision as opposed to the executive's decision under an emergency decree. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All expenditures greater than 40,000 come back to council.
Right.
Which is why all of the school district contracts were on there. All of the additional childcare contracts will be forthcoming.
Okay.
As we
So,
move forward.
with this ordinance, we're only putting the money into the fund, correct? Mr. Schroeder?
If that's correct, if there's expenditures less than $40,000, those could be accomplished through the administration.
Okay, all right, okay. So I'm okay with that because we still get another bite at the apple to decide how the money is actually being spent.
No, hold on. Tyler, I asked you that same question earlier today. So if we go back to that item, so we're talking AB 2020-433, specifically page 26 of that document. And I'm going to pull that up here as I click through these so that I can read it directly. But page 26. So page 26 here is, come on. Okay. So supplemental budget request. It's one page for the entire 4.5 million. Under that breakdown, it specifically says COVID-19 assistance, incoming amount we're approving of 4.5 million. And then it says that we are approving the expenditure of that 4.5 million now for contractual services.
Right.
Okay.
And the allocations that I've been discussing council for the last couple of months.
Right.
I've updated the form to include, and any contract greater than $40,000 comes back for council approval.
Okay. And in this specifically, so is the addendum the write-in? I mean, is that kind of essentially legally binding at that point? I guess it was my only other question.
I don't quite understand your question, Councilmember.
Yeah. So are the notes are written in as far as buckets go on the contract?
I have an example, I guess. I have an example. So Point Roberts Ferry, that's the Port of Bellingham. We anticipated $100,000. When the contract was developed and wrote with the Port of Bellingham, that increased just slightly. But the contract came to council for decision-making and was passed by council. So, you know, those are the budget allocations associated with it. But when there's contracts that move forward, those contracts are passed with council consideration. In that situation, there would be $38,000 less for government operation response or whatever it turns out to be for the budget.
Can I have another shot at trying to explain?
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, so if I understand you, Mr. Schroeder, what you're asking us to do is to put $4.5 million into a fund. And then when we go to that spreadsheet you provided, you're asking us to agree in broad terms how that's going to be allocated. But you're not asking us to approve a specific contract to that allocation because that's yet to come back to the council.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Ellenbox.
So let's not let my issue with this item be confused with Councilmember Byrd's issue with this item. My issue is that there's 7 different items on here, some of which come from different budgets that we only get to make one decision on. So for example, say I would like to support $4.5 million to fund COVID response. I would vote yes. But then say I don't want to appropriate $19,470 to fund a student hub engagement center from grant proceeds, then I would vote no. But I can't do that with the way this is presented to us. Do you see my dilemma here? So I guess, I mean, why don't you just throw it all into one thing, all these items, and we just vote one time? I mean, I keep saying this, and you guys look at me like I'm crazy, but it just seems somewhat arbitrary how these things get bunched together, and then there's really, it still boggles my mind that we can't vote on these things independently, because they all seem to be independent items.
Councilmember Brown.
So I think Mr. Allenbuss's question is certainly a valid one, and certainly I think one that constituents would have. But tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Schroeder, in my interpretation. So if I go back to this full budget request, in all cases, we're being asked to approve the transfer of money from one fund to another fund. We're not being asked to give you unilateral authority to spend the money out of the fund, with the exception that in this case, there's 19,000 going into the election reserve fund and 8,000 going into the behavioral health fund, which, because they're under the $40,000 threshold, you theoretically could spend, or the executive could sign the order to spend the money out of that fund without further consultation. Have I described it accurately?
Yeah, in theory, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Byrd.
Ben, I totally agree with you. I would very much support these being broken out into individual ordinance numbers so we could deal with them one-on-one. That would be fantastic. Rod, let me ask you a question. You remember this summer when the business grant program came back to us for approval?
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't, because it didn't come back to us for approval. We approved the budget dollar in the same fashion here, and the argument was that each of those were under the $40,000, and that as such, they didn't need to get approval on that because not a single one of those grants was over 40,000, even though the cumulative dollar amount of all the grants was over 40,000. So it came back for us for review, right? So if we want to go that way, okay, but then I think we should get clarity on, I disagree with that obviously too, but what is and how is that going to work? Go ahead.
But we did approve the list. They came back to us with the list, because I agreed with you on that point, that even though they're over under 40,000 individually, they should still come back to us, and that's what the executive office did. We voted on that list.
Go back and look at that. They came back to us for a review of the list. They didn't ask us for that. It was not for approval. Our committee decided that no, we were going to approve that list because it was over and we see it differently. So we voted to approve the list, but they didn't bring it back to us for approval. And so the question is, you know,
that's not my recollection, but I'm willing to stand corrected.
Yeah, go back and watch the meeting and look at the documentation.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I was going to say that the two examples that Councilmember Brown used were under the 40,000 mark. However, there's other examples like number 3, that's 47,000, number 1, which is 75,000, and number 4, which is 264,000.
Okay.
Anything else on, well, right now we just have a motion to approve. And Ben, if you're going to make a motion to bifurcate like you want to do, can you be very specific how you want that voted on?
Well, yeah, I think I said each number bullet item separately.
Okay, so that's the motion before us, whether we want to do vote on these individually.
No, there's a motion. So is this a motion to amend the motion?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what you're doing, right, Ben? You're amending the motion to approve.
Doesn't
Yes.
bifurcation supersede?
What's that, Tyler?
Isn't a bifurcation supersede approval?
No, it wouldn't be a bifurcation. It would be, well, ultimately it would be, but it's an amendment. That's what the category of a motion would be. But yes, it does supersede the motion to approve until disposition. Mr. Donovan.
I'm just trying to get, so the motion to bifurcate supersedes the motion to approve. Is that what you're saying?
Motion to amend.
Oh, okay. So this is a motion to amend.
A motion to bifurcate is a motion to amend. So
Just a regular motion to amend.
Dana, does that make sense?
Yes, but I do want to clarify. So Ben, you would like to, let's just say, remove the $75,000 in health to fund CJTA program increase from grant proceeds. You want to remove that out of the ordinance and vote on it separately? Is that what you're saying?
No, I want to vote on each numbered item separately.
Any further comments on?
Are you asking me? I do not know. That's just would be a different way of doing it.
He brings this up every meeting.
I know, but
it's
worded a little differently to me this time. Before I was thinking he wanted to like say, you know, we have 8 items in the list and I don't want to vote on this certain one. I didn't realize he wanted to vote on each item separately in an ordinance.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I'm trying to work out which document we're talking about. Is it the ordinance or the supplemental budget requests that you want to vote on separately?
Go ahead, Mr. Ellenbach.
So AB 2020-433, under the summary statement or legal notice language, there's 7 different items, line items. I'd like to vote on 1 through 7 individually.
It's not in the ordinance because there's only 5. I'm sorry, Ben, I'm still struggling to understand which document you're talking about.
AB Agenda Bill Master Report, file number AB 2020-433.
Right, but the ordinance has 5 items.
Yeah, we're voting on an ordinance. We can't vote on the actual supplemental budget sheet itself. We have to vote on the ordinance that is putting forth those budget amendments. Mr. Sadhu.
I just wanted to bring a point here is that if you look at the first item, health, $75,000, $76,000. Second item, $2.99 million out of $4.5 million. This is a mere transfer. Like when we get a grant from the state, I think that maybe we should have a class on budgeting, how the government budget work, how the allocations work. Because the council, we have to come to council, even if we get a $10 million grant, we have to come to the council to accept the grant. Then it comes for, say, rental assistant or 3-4 different programs. I'm just making up an example. Then we say, okay, out of this $10 million, $2 million we're gonna put towards this rental assistant, $2 million we're gonna give it to mortgage assistance, $1 million we're gonna give it to utility. We have to come back to the council. That first you receive $10 million, you approve it. Then we bring the supplemental where we explain that we are taking this money out of this fund and we are putting in this fund. We have not spent it. Like, this money is being thought of as we are asking spending authority, which Mr. Brown tried to explain several times. These monies are transferred so that we can put in that fund so that the people in that department, people accomplishing that function, have the budget authority to go do something. Because our employees, us, including me, are not able to take any action if there is no budget authority for that. So then we go out for bid or all this. When it comes back, anything which is more than $40,000, we bring it back to the council that here's a contract to ABC company. This is what you supplemented, $10 million. You took $2 million into this pot. Out of that $2 million, here's a contract. There are 3 things which are under $40,000, but there are 5 things which are more than $40,000. So we come back, we even report what is under $40,000. We also report that because the record has to be complete. We cannot just keep secret that, oh, under $40,000, we don't have to report. That's not true. We report everything. Then we come back to the council that out of this bucket and the sub bucket, we are now going to use this for this purpose. This is the contract. I hope it helps, or it is a little bit of clarification. This is not that $75,000. We're just moving into that and into another fund. Out of $4.5 million health, they are taking $2.99 million out. Then the third item is to fund treatment services, and SASSO, they're taking $47,000 from the grant proceeds. And then it is the net effect on that fund, net effect on that bucket, that how much is left, how much is not left. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just to clarify on something Mr. Sadhu said, and I support his authority to do contracts under 40,000 under executive authority, but just so I don't really want to contradict you, Sapal, but I sort of just want to clarify. Money we do put in this fund, you do have the authority to spend in chunks of 40,000 or less. So we are giving you that authority, which I don't object to, but just for clarity, we are giving you that authority.
The thing is, this rule was set up. I remember when I got on the council, there was a move that to increase that to 60,000 or something. At that time, it was thought that no, let's kept to 40,000, because as the years go by, $40,000 has lesser and lesser value. But there are only so many things that we can do under $40,000. We cannot flout the rule or circumvent the rule to make a contract into 5 different contracts and bring it under $40,000. But the suspicion has no end. If you work under suspicion that something hanky-panky is going on, it will never end. Even $40,000 can be questioned. So I think that we should have some kind of understanding between the council and the county administration, how we work. But bringing it up every time, I think we waste 2-3 hours on things. It is not productive. It is really frustrating for all the department heads to sit down and say what's going to happen. Even moving the money from one fund to another fund is questionable. I think I never seen that in my 5 years with the council. It didn't mean that even before that, it didn't mean that the administration before were just throwing money away. And now this council is actually is more careful. Councils have been careful all along for the last 30, 40 years.
Councilmember Brown?
I just want to, yeah, Mr. Sidhu, Executive Sidhu, I support your ability to do things under $40,000. You were elected by the citizens of this community under the understanding that you would be given that authority, as was Mr. Lowes before you, and as was Mr. Kremen before him. We also elect the treasurer, who has control over probably $500 million, maybe more, right? And you're running a $200 million budget. If this was a private enterprise, I wouldn't be micromanaging for you for $40,000 expenditures. So I have no problem with the process as it is. And the citizens said, if it's over 40, then we want council to look at it. That's fine.
I totally respect that. I totally respect that. I'm just saying that even if we spend under $40,000, it comes back to the council one form or the other. And another thing, you're not the first, then there is a finance department audit, then we have an outside auditor. There is so many checks that administration is running amok with the money. That kind of thinking will not work. We cannot do public business with that kind of attitude.
Mr. Ellenboss?
Executive Sidhu, don't take this personally. It has nothing to do with you being the executive. I've pretty much watched and gone to council meetings basically since I graduated from high school. I'm still a pup, so it's not, it's not a ton of time, but 20 some years. And it's more of a, these things, I think it was Ward Nelson used to always do the same thing. I guess I look at it, it's kind of a fundamental thing for me, because, and it's nothing against you. I'm just saying that an executive could put a bunch of things on here that everybody really wants, and then find one thing that might be a little, not everybody's willing to do, but you could, like the ballistic vests a couple weeks ago, like I would have loved to vote for the ballistic vests, but there were other things in that thing that I didn't want to vote for. So I'm forced to vote no on ballistic vests. See what I'm getting at? And so say you got six items that, are just no-brainers. Yeah, let's pass this. We need to do this. But then you get one item in there that's kind of like, well, do we really need to buy a brand new ferry for, Lemmy Island or whatever? And well, you can't vote no on the ferry and vote yes on the other things because there's 7 different items in there.
Mr. Ellenboss, this is exactly what Dana said. You have one item, it will happen all the time, and it happens in the councils before also, that some odd item, yes, take it out and vote on the rest of the ordinance and then vote on that separately. But if you say each and every item has to be separated, then it basically, this was the discussion last time also, that we should present, this thing should be 7 different ordinances. It's not ordinance 19, it should be 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's what was being discussed. And I'm saying in those items, some are just mere transfers. So I think that we are willing, we have no reason not to be transparent. We wanted to be more than transparent and bring out and answer any questions our council has. But at the same time, we have to work in a system that it works for all of us, because this is not the only thing you guys do. There's a lot of policy things you need to do. And every time we are spending, I mean, it should be obvious, Like we had a discussion to put the money, $3 million from EDI fund into a COVID fund, just to put the money in the fund. We took 4 weeks.
Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Donovan.
So, question for Mr. Schroeder. If the executive wishes to spend $40,000 out of the general fund, does it make it any? Does he get any different rights to spend that money without supervision if we vote to transfer it into, say, Public Works Fund, and then he spends it out of that? My belief is it doesn't make any difference at all in terms of abilities to spend it. So we're not granting him any additional rights to spend it. Would that be a correct statement?
Yeah, Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. I think I hear your question to say the $40,000 threshold is across funds, and it is.
Yep.
So no matter what fund it is, it's a $40,000 threshold that the executive has for expenditure authority.
So if we transfer it from Fund A to Fund B, we have not increased his ability to spend it, and we have not reduced our oversight.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, responding to, and I understand Michelle Muss's point, but to use the Lummi Island Ferry as something that you would not be able to vote against. We've voted on that as an independent item multiple times in terms of funding design, whether it's on the transportation improvement plan or the capital improvement plan. The actual project will come before us. That's just a really unfitting example. That's not something that's just going to come as something under $40,000 that council will have to have lumped together on these things. So
I was just using that as something extreme to make a point. I'm sure there's a word for that.
Sometimes extremism isn't the best way to make points.
Well, sometimes I bring this up every 2 weeks, and I think when I talk to people in the community, they're appalled that these things come forward like this. So obviously my point hasn't been made yet.
I want to make one point. I am not taking anything personally. I'm happy to do whatever council wants me to do on the financially. I never take things personally. That's something I've done all my life. But one thing is this is something we have division of responsibilities and division of our work. And I think that we need to work in a way that we work efficiently. Just like I don't think public gains anything when we prolong these things over things which maybe there is a clarity is needed, and maybe public don't need clarity. They look at 2.99 number. They say, oh, maybe they're given authority to spend $2.9 million. Health department got this fund approved. We have this 7.9 million. You know how every council budget we have a budget supplement, because we start from $200 million and we're bringing it down to less than $40,000, and piece by piece. And every time we break up that big chunk, first in the big budget, and then we bring it back to every time. So, okay, I think I'll just shut up now.
Byrd and then Donovan.
Thanks. So Paul, I hear the frustration, and I don't like the fact that it seems like you feel like we're treating you differently than what past executives have been treated like. I don't like that by any means. But I also hope that maybe you can take a step back and actually look at it from our perspective at the same time. The separation of the ordinances that Ben is talking about, that's come up this year, but that's come up this year because Ben, this is his first year on the council, and that's something that's important to him. And he has asked for that every time. And I know that it would take a little bit of additional time on your side and your staff side to enter those with individual ordinance numbers instead of as one packet with under one ordinance number. But he does bring it up every time, and it is something that is important to him. And so if you want us to also understand your side, then it would be helpful if we understood his side and what he needs as well. and because it's about what we all need in order to do our jobs if we're really going to come together and work together well. And so, again, I would say, I mean, that would take a little bit of time, and I get that. But doing that would make it easier for him. He would stop bringing it up, and then stop bringing that item up. That is less scrutiny and time that he's taking of yours during these conversations. And the more back to normal we go with those voting items. In addition to that, I'll look at my issues with the kind of this year, and I mentioned this to Rudd earlier. You know, in the past, I can't think of any time where we took $4.5 million and said, "Hey, we're going to approve this dollar amount as a budget to put it in the fund, and then we're going to budget for it." But Tyler, I get Schroeder that this, you know, was a faux pas. I heard you say that earlier, and I respect that. But I mean, $4.5 million that came on a one-page supplemental with no details, and you look at what it is that we're supposed to do, and if you actually take a step back and you put yourself in our shoes and think about it, yeah, there was other conversations, but we're here every 2 weeks, and you're here every single day, and so you're tracking in your head exactly what that $4.5 million has been spent and all of the back information that's come up to that point in time, and we're trying to attach that with less than a page of information to 2 weeks ago, the conversation that we had, and what that information is going to be spent on, not realizing that that's tied to that because there's nothing in the document that associates to it, right? And then if you go back to our meeting on September 15th, I mean, this is an item where we did this last time. And so we approved the budget item and we made a big deal. I remember Red and I and Kathy in finance over several meetings saying, hey, these are estimated buckets that we're approving for use. We're going to budget this amount. We're going to approve the budget, and we're going to say we're going to give a head nod on rough numbers going into these categories, and we're good to go, knowing that those can be adjusted later. But when that item come back to us, or one, you know, several of those items, this is a good example of it. I mean, the way it got budgeted on the November 15th agenda bill is that it's a report and request for a motion of support for the Whatcom County Council, an acknowledgement and support of distributing these CARES Act dollars to our very valuable child care businesses as recommended by the county-wide child care review team comprised of representatives from Whatcom County, City of Bellingham, Opportunity Council, Health Department, United Way, and Mount Baker Foundation. It doesn't ask us to approve contracts. It doesn't ask us to approve that dollar amount. It doesn't even give us a dollar amount. It doesn't tell us who was on it. It doesn't tell us what the review criteria was. And so we made a hyper leap. From my side, when I look at it, it's frustrating because I say, hey, we approved the money to go into that account. And yeah, we gave you a head nod on, we agree with these rough bucket numbers. And the next time it came back to us, it's, here's a thing that we're being asked to approve. Well, not even approve. It's here's a heads up. It was a courtesy heads up to the council. This money, we've already decided to give it out to these people. And if you get into the details, you're going to find that it was over $500,000 in total. And so that's well past the 40,000, and it wasn't a request for us to approve it. And so when I look back at that and say, okay, that happened there, and it happened with the business grants. I don't want that to happen again. I would like us to be able to see those things, especially knowing that we're going to have 3 or 4 meetings this week and next week. And so when I'm looking at this item on the $4.5 million from my perspective, I want to see the detail. And if the detail was in that document that said it's going to these categories based on this criteria, I wouldn't be having any problem with that. And we wouldn't be having the conversation. I wouldn't be gnawing at this like a dog with a bone, right? But it's not there. And based on the past experience, I'm trying to eliminate that so that we can get back to normal for me. I get it's been a crazy year. I get it. Everyone's been flying by the seat of their pants and doing the best they can, as fast as they possibly can to provide the best for our community that we can, right? So it's not on you, and it's not on the administration or anyone else. I'm trying to share this with you because I want you to see what we're trying to tell you so that hopefully maybe we can get around this in future council meetings and not have these same conversations. and get back to a place where you feel like you're being treated like all the other executives that came before you, because you shouldn't be feeling like you're treated otherwise. But I hope that makes sense. And yeah, thanks for listening.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I don't want to sound unsympathetic to Mr. Ellenboss's concerns here, but I think if we had some norms where if somebody wanted to remove an item, we had motions to that effect, or to occasionally. And, I think in the past, it's like we might do with a consent agenda or something like that. But it does complicate things, how ordinance might have to be redone. But to just default vote every single item every single time, I can't support that. But so this is a suggestion, like, in the future, if there's a concern about an item or two in a 7 or 10 item proposal, maybe take that route, and rather than just the default will be everything will be item by item.
I like what you said, Todd, because there's it's going to impact the council office too. You're going to have to notice each one of those ordinances separately in the advertising. So you're going to have to pay extra for advertising every single time. So, I think occasionally like we've done in the past, like you said, Todd, we remove things from introduction all the time. We remove things from consent agenda. But those are case by case. They're not just a blanket rule. But it does. It affects our office. It affects the administration. So I can't support also going carte blanche that we just always call out every single thing in a separate ordinance. Mr. Byrd, I think you were next, and then Mr. Ellenboss.
At first I was looking at it, and it's like, this was a light week for finance, right? I mean, compared to the last couple. Yeah, well, think about it. The last few. Crazy. So, and I mean, this week we had 23 items that were individual items, and this document has another 7. So my first thought is like, well, we're already doing it individually for 20 plus other items, and on a light week, and other weeks have been 30 or 40. What's another 7? But Barry, I mean, your point is relevant about it's not just the number and separation, but in an ordinance, it's also a matter of the advertising. Are there other components to it that staff has to do other than listing them individually, entering them in the system individually, but also advertising them separately if they're an ordinance? Or is that?
I let the clerk of the council answer that question. She's more familiar with that.
I believe the staff time countywide could be quite extensive if you were to break out every supplemental budget request into its own document. Additionally, as Barry mentioned, for our office, we have to process every one of those, and we have to advertise them in the paper at introduction and upon council action. So we have to do each one of those at least twice. Some ordinances require 2 to 3 to 4 times of advertising. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Is that a county rule, or is that it seems like it's a state rule, the advertising?
That's in the charter.
Oh, okay. Maybe the Charter Review Commission next time could realize that we barely have a paper left, but jokes aside. So Ben, is there a middle ground there? I mean, is there a process that we could go through? I know that, and Dana, I don't want to put more workload on you, so chime in if this doesn't work, but I mean, you've sent me agendas in the past that have a bunch of stuff on it, so I could give you an idea of timelines and estimates on stuff. I mean, do we get things earlier so you can see what things you want to be broken out if you want to break things out? Or, I mean, is there something we could do there to make everyone happy?
Are you asking me that or Ben?
Ben first, but you can veto it if you're like, that was a dumb idea from the start.
Go ahead, Ben. Prepare to be vetoed.
I was just going to say, people are complaining about having this discussion every 2 weeks, and you could just vote no on it, I guess. We don't have to have the discussion every 2 weeks, but I'll continue to try. And I guess when I look at these items, you know, there's, what did you say, 21 separate things here that we get to go over and vote on individually. But now all of a sudden, for these 7, they're lumped together. And I get that they're lumped together in one ordinance. However, I still feel like they should all individually be able to stand on their own 2 feet. And we don't get to make that choice.
Anything else on the motion to vote on all these individually? Okay, so let's vote. Oh, Carol, go ahead.
What are we voting for now to vote on them individually? Is that correct?
Yeah.
We're voting on the amendment.
On the amendment. Okay, please call roll.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
No.
Barry Buchanan,
No.
Tyler Byrd,
Yeah.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
No.
That fails 3-4. So we're back to a motion to approve.
Or does that fail, or does it really just kick the conversation to our next meeting? Okay, joke. Gotta liven it up after 10.
It's probably a true joke.
I'm laughing.
Okay, so we're back to motion to approve. Any final comments on that? Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Well, there are things that have merit in this item. I'm going to have to vote no on the package.
Okay, that that passes 4-3. So go ahead, Tyler, next item.
Right, I forgot it was me. Okay, next item, AB 2020-442, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Geneva Consulting Services for coordination of the Whatcom Lead Integrating Organization in the amount of $79,615. Council acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control District Board of Supervisors. That passed in committee 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, council, we have that motion. Do we have any discussion? Councilmember Ellenbach.
So I'm assuming if this would have been earlier in the day, we would have had maybe John Hutchings or Gary Stoika or Austin Rose to speak on it, or are they hanging out here at this late hour to talk about this?
I think Hutchings just logged off maybe like 15 minutes ago, but we actually did have this in committee and it was discussed and voted on earlier today, but there just wasn't any questions or comments at the time.
Oh, okay. This is the same thing then.
So discussion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is AB 2020-444. It's request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement with the U.S. Department of Interior Geological Survey Joint Funding Agreement for stream gauging. Council acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. That passed in committee 3-0, and I so move.
Discussion on that motion. Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Okay, our next item is other items, no committee assignments. AB 2020-471 is a resolution approving Whatcom County Council meeting dates for 2021. Do we have a
Move approval.
Second.
Brown moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion on our schedule for next year. Oh, that was easy.
Just one question. I assume we're not meeting on either the primary or general election day, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Is that correct, Dana?
That is correct, I believe, but let me grab my calendar because I want to make sure for the primary. I'm pretty sure I already checked that, but I just want to double check.
Oh, right, that would
First
be a fun day.
Tuesday in August. So August 10th is outside of that date. We're good.
Yep. Thank you.
Rudd, you don't think that'd be a fun way to spend election night?
Yeah, we could be here. We could be here until election night.
Well, I like to have a large audience, and no one's going to watch us if it's election day. I guess no one really watches this anyway.
Be surprised. Okay, so with no further discussion, let's take a vote.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. Passes unanimously. Next up is council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees, AB 2020-432, receipt of application for the Drainage Improvement District Number 6 supervisor position. 3 applicants, Thomas Schaefer. There's only 1 applicant, Thomas Schaefer. So that's just to receive those applications, or that application. So do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Hold on for 1 second. Is this the one that Jill wrote us about earlier today, Barry?
Yes.
Can we go on to the next item really quick and come back to this one? I just want to double check her email.
Okay, that's kind of difficult because we have a motion on the floor.
I'm thinking that it's not supposed to be receipt of. I think that we're supposed to do the appointment tonight, so I just want to double check.
Oh, okay, I got you. Councilmember Kirschner.
What Jill did is she crossed out the parentheses deadline for additional applications.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I didn't know it was that we were actually selecting the person, but I picked up on the same thing you did, Kathy. It was the scratched that deadline sentence.
Yeah, the reason I'm questioning it is because the receipt of language that we normally have in there is when we're introducing an appointment. So, and then that deadline information is also in there when it's being introduced, but when it's on for action,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I just wanted to double check.
You're
Somebody
fading
wants-
out, Dana.
What's that?
You're fading out.
I think we're all fading out about now.
Her audio is going out a bit.
Yeah.
I could hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so I just got a text from Jill, and you can go ahead and appoint this evening.
Okay, so this would be a motion to appoint, Mr.
Yes, thank you.
So who made the original motion? Todd?
Or I seconded it. I can't remember, but yeah.
Motion by Tyler Byrd, seconded by Todd Donovan.
So Tyler, you want your motion to be to appoint, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what I seconded.
Okay, discussion, Mr. Ellenboss?
As always, if the applicant is in attendance, and they want to speak to us, I always like to hear from them, but I'm not sure if they are or not. I guess it doesn't matter so much since there's only one, but.
Yeah, I don't see it over on the attendee list. So, okay, so any other discussion on the motion to appoint? All right, let's vote.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
that passes unanimously. Next are some items that were added by revision. AB 2020-485, approval to send letter of support for the Washington State Parks Winter Recreation Program Snow Parks and Trail Maintenance Grant application. This item was added the 26th, and a letter is attached showing the format how we would send it. So, Councilmember
Move
Kirschner,
approval?
thank you. We have a second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Abstain.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 6-0 with one abstention, Mr. Ellenboss abstaining. Our resolution, AB 2020-431, resolution affirming racism as a public health crisis. Item was added 10/26. So we started this discussion today, and now here it is. So let's continue that discussion on what we want to do with this.
I'll move to approve so we can discuss it.
Approve the original.
Approve the resolution that was provided to us by PHAB. That's in Legistar.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the PHAB version of this discussion. Mr. Ellenboss.
So as I stated in the past, I really would like to help this resolution move forward in a way that it may be as helpful to the community as it can be. And I think my concern is that the way it's written, it might not be as effective as the folks who wrote it thought it would be, for reasons I've already stated. So I would like to see us hold off on this one until we can take a second look at it.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I'll speak in favor of it doing it now. I felt a sense of urgency when we did this 3 weeks ago, and it'd be even more urgent if we wait another 5 weeks. If and I appreciate there were time constraints on council members coming back to us with a different proposal, but the idea was that, and Ben was most keen on doing this, working with PHAB, not a solo thing. But so, so I don't know what his alternative would be, but even back 3 weeks ago, I thought it was important that we take the advice of our advisory board, who had worked with the committee, and adopt this and not delay. And I think there's some urgency in doing this. And I know we spent a lot of time discussing it then, and the whereases, the details in there, just all seemed to me factually correct, if not uncomfortable. Racism is a thing, past and present. I don't think that's debatable. The health inequalities that are mentioned in their associated race, those are facts. So, we've had a lengthy process with community input to our advisory board to come to us with this. So I appreciated that work, and I value the original thing that this came out of, and we've waited, and nothing resulted from that, and I don't want to wait another couple of weeks. So I'm speaking in favor of adopting the resolution that came to us from our advisory body.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
There are statements made in the document that are factually correct, and I'm not looking to take the statements out that are factually correct. But there are some statements in the document that probably quite a few people will take offense to. And those are the statements that I'm seeking to maybe help with. Because I think that this is an important enough topic that we should probably get it to a point where it's not going to pass with a 5-2 vote or a 6-1 vote or a 4-3 vote. That probably be as powerful as it could be if it was a 7-0 vote. And on top of that, I guess part of my problem with it is that when I look at the recommendations out of it, I don't have it in front of me right now, but the 1 through 7 or whatever it is, if we're truly dealing with a crisis, I don't think that a recommendation for council to do some training classes is incredibly meaningful for the people that this affects. So, most of us have fairly robust resumes for us to be even on this council. And most of us has probably taken a lot of those classes already. So I guess my main concern is that I don't want something to add to the divisiveness. I view that the document will be interpreted by some people as divisive. I'm not interested in calling my friends or neighbors or anyone in our community racist. And the document borders on that as written. And I would also like to see some meat and potatoes at the end of this that will make a difference in the end. And quite frankly, I like to be brutally honest. A lot of it seems symbolic to me rather than something that'll make a real difference. So I think that we can do better than this document. I think that if I was on the PHAB board and I was this is a nonpartisan body and they are probably a nonpartisan group, and if they got feedback from us that their document looked to be incredibly partisan, that maybe they would welcome the the suggestions. And I guess the reason that I've been working on it and that I want to present it to them as one piece is that I've already seen their idea of what this document looks like. And if in there, and I'm just going to say in their echo chamber, they thought that was a good, productive resolution, then I feel like maybe they need a little bit more diverse of an opinion in their group to help them get to a point that it doesn't appear to be as political a document as it is. Because the problem, quite frankly, doesn't follow party lines. It shouldn't follow party lines.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, we've had this for 3 weeks now, and I felt like the information that was presented by Dr. Bennett with the disparities by race, you know, whether it's longevity of life or even in Whatcom County with children and teenagers and their depression rates, things like that. I think we need to move on it now. And I don't think there was any even communication within these 3 weeks. That maybe correct me if I'm wrong, if someone was working on it. And I don't feel like these action items are symbolic. I think they will make a big difference in our community. And I would like to move on this today and make sure we move ahead on these action items. And you know, the science that Dr. Bennett, I'll say it again, that he brought forward, we need to start moving now. And I think it's going to make a difference in our whole community if we do make this resolution and start working toward making us a more inclusive community. So I will support moving this forward tonight.
Councilmember Brown.
So, couple things. Mr. Ellenbest, do you, off the top of your head, did you have any, I want to split this into two parts, the whereases and the therefores. Was there anything in the therefores that you had issue with?
Yeah, you can go ahead and answer.
You mean the section 1? Wait.
Section 1 through
yes
5, section 6.
Yes.
Okay. So
I guess part of my problem with it, Rudd, is that a lot of this stuff we already do. It's already happening. And I guess making these therefores puts forth the thought process that we don't. And I liken it to like you pointed out in a social media post and in a few emails of, hey, you know, you're asking to defund the police and put money into these other things, but this is what we already do in Whatcom County, and here's a list of them, right? And so I guess that's part of my issue with this is most of this stuff we already do. And so putting it in this form almost makes it seem like we're not.
Right.
And I guess, so I don't mind that they're in there other than the fact that it's sort of misleading. I just think that we can get something more meaningful in here. And I guess to Carol's point, she was talking about some of these statistics, and while I'm not arguing with any of these statistics, these are true statistics. For example, Black women are at least 3 times as likely to die in childbirth as white mothers. And Black newborns are more than twice as likely to die as white newborns. So those are factual statements. However, I think if you look at it, how many women in the United States actually die in childbirth, it's a very, very small number. And so if you looked at it at Whatcom County, how many women actually die in childbirth in Whatcom County, it's probably, I don't know the exact number, but nationally it's in the hundreds. So in Whatcom County, it might be, 1 or 2 or 4. I don't know if that's a relevant statistic that's indicating a health crisis in Whatcom County. So I guess I'm trying to, part of what's taken me a little bit longer than I expected was I want more relevant statistics to support this document. See what I'm getting at? It's not that these are not factually correct. I just believe that they don't represent a health crisis in Whatcom County. And so I'm striving for some more relevant data than say that particular piece.
If I may continue. So a couple of things. One is the inability for Ben and I to get together. If the council remembers, I was assigned this when I was not here, not in the meeting. And if I'd been in the meeting, which is okay, fair enough.
Might have not got assigned if you'd have been there.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I understand the rules of punishment, but if I'm not there, of course you're going to give it the job to me. But the problem is it didn't fit into my schedule and didn't align with Ben's schedule. And PHAB gave us one 1 hour slot, or was it 2 1 hour slots that they wanted to talk to both of us, and we both couldn't do either slot. So it's not a lack of willingness on the part of Ben and I to talk about this. It's just the timing of it. The other thing too is I have issues with this, not with the therefores as much, although I don't necessarily disagree with what Mr. Ellenbaugh said. I'd rather focus on I'd rather make mention of what we're doing now and we could improve on than suggesting that we're not doing anything at all. And the other thing too is, I'm an immigrant, and as an immigrant, I have a challenge with the opening statement about America. And the reason I have the challenge is not because America doesn't have a racist past. It's because every colonizing nation that came out of Europe had a racist past. And I don't want to point and just say, hey, this was just America's problems. Because guys, it was Australia's problems as well. It was Canada's problem as well. I mean, none of you probably are aware of this. I have an ancestor he was one of my great-grandfathers, who was a member of the British Parliament, who devoted his career at trying to break British slavery in the Caribbean. So, I don't want America to walk away saying they're the only ones who've demonstrated racism, because that's not an accurate historical statement as much as anything else. So I think, and to the point about, African American women dying at a higher rate, yes, that's true, but I don't believe that's true in Whatcom County. And I like to draw references to things that are relevant to Whatcom County, one of which the key ones is missing is the county's treatment of the Chinese population and the Sikh population, which are much more relevant in this document, I think, than a lot of things that may have been included. So I would like to I would like to spend some time to do more work on this, because I think we can make it a better document and get unanimity if we do it.
Okay, we have Byrd, then Donovan, then Ellenboss, and then Frazee.
Thank you.
Then Kirshner.
I'd like to see that they have more time as well. I mean, I understand that you're looking at it and saying, hey, 3 weeks have passed, but I think we also have to put that in perspective. And that perspective is the health advisory board had an entire group of individuals. I mean, the board's made up of 14 people plus staff, and they worked on it for 4 to 6 months. And so to give that to us and then expect Ben and Rudd to make time in 3 weeks and to be able to sit down and to attend one of those 2 meetings and to recurate all of their thoughts into this document, I don't know if that's necessarily fair to them when they didn't have the same amount of time or resources available. If we're looking at this and we really want it to be something that that is going to have meaning and change, and not just be something that's political and creates more rhetoric and reinforces the people that already believe one way or another. I mean, and that's both sides, right? If you look at this document, the people who believe they're going to look at this and say, hey, it doesn't exist, this is wrong, yada yada. They're going to read this and they're going to continue to believe that. And the people who think that this is right and it should be supported, they're going to look at it and continue to believe that too. The document's not written in a way that it's going to bring people together, and it's not written in a way that it's going to change anyone's mind. It's not helping us from that standpoint. And so if we want to have those impacts, shouldn't we take the time to really be intentional about the information we put in there and the way that we present it, so that we can try to bring those sides together and to communicate the things that aren't confrontational necessarily in that way, but the things that are understandable and illustrate the points and the information that we're trying to communicate. You look at, in Councilmember Fraser, you brought up Steve's presentation and his data, but I'd like you to kind of reflect back on that day, because if you remember that presentation, what you'll remember is every single one of those slides that he presented to us actually had Asian Americans outperforming white Americans hands down. Hands down. They beat us in every one of those verticals. And yet those definitions only included racism as a white person ideal or a white person action. How is someone going to look at that and interpret it in any other way if they don't agree with it from the starting point? They're going to look at that and they're going to feel like it's implicitly biased and it's targeted at them and accusing of them. And that's not going to get them moving in the direction that you want them to move in. And it's not going to accomplish the goals that you want them to accomplish, right? But if you also go back to that day and you listen and you recall what Dr. Stone said to us about that, what she told us when I asked her about that was, yes, but if you look at our culture, we have huge differences. We have really rich people and really poor people. We have really well-educated people and people who aren't educated. And what she started to do is she started to actually dig into some of those finer points in the information and not use just the big bucketed things and graphs that look good and kind of insinuate that you're right, right? And when she started to dig into that, she actually had some really good points about why her culture wasn't racist and why that wasn't the case and didn't apply to them. And I'm bringing this up because those facts, I think, are the same for all of us. And it goes back to what Councilmember Brown said. I mean, we can look at those high level things and we could say they just apply to us, or we can look at them and we can actually try to solve the problem, and we can dig into the information, we can dig into the data, and we can figure out what's wrong, and we can communicate it in a way that it's not confrontational and in a way that brings people together. But we can only do that if we give these guys time to do it and to work on it and to bring something better back for us. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Donovan.
Okay, this is actually really painful. So what I'm hearing that the public might be hearing, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I heard Mr. Ellenboss say that, and we have to play this back, that racism is not a problem in Whatcom County. I heard Mr. Brown say that, and I'm painfully aware of the White Australia policy that country suffered through the 70s, that somehow because other countries have racism as a problem, that diminishes our need to recognize that here. And again, I'm hearing again for the second time, Mr. Byrd talking about Asians somehow do great, so therefore there's no racism, and that Dr. Stone said that her culture didn't have racism, which I think you should ask her that question. So that's what I'm hearing, that I think the public is going to be hearing, and maybe I'm hearing it wrong, but I just an observation.
Can I respond first?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. One of the reasons I left Australia was because of the racism there. I mean, I can tell you some of the events. I was living in a house one day that was a duplex, and my landlord lived my landlord's daughter lived in the second half of the duplex. And I'd met an African American woman when I was traveling. I invited her to come and visit me when she was in Melbourne. Well, she came and visited me for a couple of days and she left. And then I get a notice from the realtor telling me that the landlord wants to evict me because I'd had an African American staying in the house. And I was absolutely shocked by that. And they only backed down because one of my friends was the guy who wrote the anti-discrimination legislation for the Parliament, for the Australian Parliament. I mean, I do not want in any way to suggest that racism is okay, but I actually think we do ourselves a disservice if we in any way suggest it's only an American problem. That's my point. It's not an American problem. It is a colonial problem. It is well, we were the invaders in an area, so we wiped out or subjugated the native population, and that's what human history has been about. So, no, I'm absolutely 100% opposed to racism, but I'm interested in honest history. And the honest history is this is a systemic problem around the world. So I hope I've clarified that for Todd.
And that's the language we need, but I just don't want to sound dismissive because it's not just an American thing. That doesn't deny the fact that we need to recognize. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Ellen Boss, and then Frazee, and then Kirshner, and then Byrd. Go ahead, Ben.
There you go, Councilmember Donovan. You love to do that. You love to say, hold on, is this what I'm hearing? And then put in our mouths whatever you wanted us to say.
Well, I'm taking notes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So I'm not looking to sabotage this document here. I guess what I'm trying to do is make sure it'll be as successful as possible. I never once said that racism wasn't a problem. I guess what I did say was I wasn't ready to label everyone in Whatcom County a racist. I agree with what Councilmember Brown's saying. And I agree with you as well, Todd. This country was founded in a time where we probably made a lot of decisions based on ignorance or hate or whatever, and a lot of really horrible, our country's done a lot of really horrible things, and we've continued to do a lot of really horrible things over time. But the distinction that I make is that I feel like, at least in America, we've been working towards rectifying these things over time. And to read this document, I'm not sure that it takes those historical facts into account as well. I'm just looking to have an honest conversation here. And I don't know if this particular document, the way it's written, acknowledges it acknowledges some facts from some perspective, but it doesn't acknowledge all the facts. And I'm not looking to take out, I've got some check marks here, and I've gone over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these whereas statements that I've updated, and I tried to do it in a manner that it didn't modify the intent of what the PHAB board was trying to get across, but I tried to do it in a less politically charged way without taking the brutal facts out of it. So, and And like I said in the earlier meeting, if I was trying to sabotage this process, I would have rewrote it, brought it forward, had two competing, resolutions and say, hey, let's vote on it. But what I was really trying to do is get a product together that made sense to me, get with Rudd about it, and then have the two of us bring it to the PHAB board, let them, have their input, and then we can bring something back that we can all stand behind. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Frazee.
So I guess what I'm hearing, Councilmember Brown, is from others, is that since racism is a problem all over the world, we shouldn't have to deal with it here. Or I feel like we only have control over Whatcom County but to make a change here. Sure, it's a problem everywhere, but we have a chance to make a change now by taking these action steps. Some other things that came up when we were talking about looking at the data and the Asian data that came from Asian people. And we talk about the culture. And, if we look very recently, 1900s, the culture of Native Americans was taken away. If you talk, like I've used the examples before when talking to elders at Lummi, how their culture was taken away, even their language. And then with African Americans, their culture was taken away when they came here. We took them and took away all their culture and their families. So if these disparities that we saw in the data aren't due to race, then I would like to hear what you think the reason these disparities exist.
Councilmember Kirchner.
Perfect segue, Carol, because my comments on this are that I feel like this resolution is very, it's a lazy resolution. I feel like it does not address Whatcom County at all. And what I would really like to see is statistics about Whatcom County and where in Whatcom County the issues are. And then I would like to see the action steps on what we can do to help rectify that. I'm not interested at all, not at all, in passing a global resolution that really doesn't mean anything to the people that live in Whatcom County. We have a very low percentage of African Americans here. We have a higher percentage of Hispanics. I'd like to know how the Hispanic community is doing in Whatcom County as far as health crisis goes. We have a high percentage of Native Americans, and I'd like to know how those folks are doing as far as their health and what's going on in their communities. Another thing, this does not even address our East Indian population in Whatcom County, and we have a large population of East Indians. And I know Councilmember Brown talked about how they were treated over 100 years ago. And I don't want to dismiss that, but I also don't want to live 100 years in the past. I want to know what's going on now, and then I want to have strategies for the future. So I think that this is a very ordinary and off-the-shelf resolution that I believe many governments around the United States have probably seen before them in the last 4 to 5 months. And while it will send a message, I don't know if it's going to send a message to all the people in Whatcom County, and it's certainly not going to help us move forward on anything because it's not specific enough. And I've been asking people, give me a specific area that we can address. And people have given me the COVID numbers, so that would be someplace to start. That we have a higher percentage of Hispanics with the COVID than their population represents. But then I want to dig down, like Councilmember Byrd talked about, and find out, is that because of systemic racism, or is that because of something else that we don't know about yet? You know, why are the Native Americans in our community so prone to drug abuse and alcoholism? Is that systemic racism? Maybe it is. Maybe it's something else. If we want to fix these health crises that we're seeing, I think we need to know exactly what it is we're dealing with, and not some esoteric, very unoriginal resolution.
Byrd, then Ellenboss, then Brown, and then Frazee.
It's an emotional issue, that's for sure. Carol, I see your anger and frustration with this right now. And let me tell you, I'm feeling frustrated too, because what I hear and what I feel like right now, when I hear you and Todd tell me what I tried to say, and when I spent all of that time trying to say, how do we accomplish your goal and bring people together, and you come back and tell me you heard me dismissing it and basically saying Chinese are racist and the data is wrong. That's not at all what I was trying to communicate.
No, I said you said Chinese weren't racist, and you should check with Dr. Stone that you quoted her on that. I take notes.
Great. Okay. My point being, out of everything I was trying to communicate to you guys, you didn't take what I was trying to communicate. You took what you wanted to hear. You're not hearing what I'm trying to tell you. You're hearing what you feel like supports where you're at. You're not listening to understand why I feel this way and why other people who are also in this community will feel this way. You're hearing and you're listening to respond to this issue and to win your argument. And so at the end of the day, do you want my opinion? Do you want to be successful with this? Or do you just want us to vote yes for it? I mean, if I say anything contrary to this, am I automatically going to be labeled as a racist? And are we going to pick apart it and make it seem terrible because I didn't automatically agree? I mean, is that ultimately where we're heading? And if so, is that really what's going to accomplish what you want to achieve? I don't understand. Do you think that this doesn't matter to me, that it's not important to me? Why? Because I'm white and I was born here? Do you consider the fact that my wife is Mexican and she's not even a US citizen? She can't vote because she doesn't have a citizenship here? That my two boys are by definition Mexican American? Do you think that all of that data that you saw there and the impacts on Hispanics, somehow that magically doesn't apply to them? Or just that I'm racist and it doesn't matter because their dad's racist because he didn't automatically agree with everything that you said? I'm trying to find a way to communicate with you guys because I understand what it is that you're trying to achieve. And I do understand your concerns. And I'd like to be able to figure that out and help you achieve the goals. But I can't do that if every time I say something, you twist the words and you take away from it the worst part that you could possibly come up with, instead of trying to clarify and understand why it is that I said that and find the better things out of that. I'm trying to give you examples so I can give you a story so that you understand that versus just giving you how I feel about it as a hope that maybe that better communicates why I am coming from this direction. But even that doesn't make it through. So tell me, I mean, how do I get there with you guys? How do we move by this? And if we can't do it as a council, then how do you expect the rest of the community to get behind it and to have an impact? You're frustrated, and I see the frustration and I see the anger. And I mean, I see Todd, he's pent up and he's ready. He wants to respond right now, right? Yeah. great. So, I mean, tell me then, what is it exactly that you want from us other than just a yes?
Go ahead and answer, Todd. He's directing you.
Yeah, I was going to say, not just right now, but in general in these council meetings, if you could be far more succinct in your argument and distill those speeches and monologues down to something more concrete, it'd probably be easier to track. But my point is what we say the community hears. And so I was just saying, and nobody called you racist. And I said this like weeks ago, that when Ben's like, maybe people are gonna think I'm a racist. And I said, no, I'm not. I don't think anybody thinks you're racist. This is an issue about racism and the issue of racism on public health. But I was writing down words you were saying attributed to Dr. Stone and pointing out that you might want to double check those. It might have been a very long response, but that's something that sunk in with me. So if you could be more succinct on some of these things, then maybe those wouldn't be hanging out there.
Okay, we got Ellenboss next, and then Brown, and then Frazee.
Can't hear you, Ben.
Can you hear me now? Okay, Carol, what you said is 100% true. The ugly facts of our history. Those aren't things I'm looking to dampen here. I'm not looking to delete those ugly facts. They are true and correct statements. So they need to be acknowledged. But I think that it should be presented in a way that, and like I had mentioned earlier, people were talking to us and saying that mispronouncing their name was a microaggression, and we have to be cognizant not to offend transgendered folks or anyone else. We have to operate to that level of non-offensiveness. And I guess what I'm saying is if that's the standard we're holding, this document, it offended me, quite honestly, when I read it. And if it offended me, I'm sure it would offend quite a few other people. And so while the statements they're true and factual and ugly and probably meant to be offensive, I'm not sure that offending a large portion of our county is a way to unite us and lessen tensions, racial tensions. And I fully understand that racism is probably the most offensive thing there is. At least that's kind of the way I operate. But I just don't think we need to be more offensive in the way we tackle it. I think we can tackle it in a holistic manner that. And Chena wrote me an email. I'm not sure it went to you guys, but the way she ended it, I thought was wonderful. And it was, we look forward to coming together and working together to solve an issue. And that's my goal. It's not to sabotage the document, not to ignore any of the ugly facts of our past, but more to acknowledge them in a productive manner. And then, like Councilmember Kirshner was saying, a lot of this stuff has happened in the past. I'm not saying that we ignore it, but I've heard a saying before, you can't look backwards and move forwards at the same efficiency, or somewhere along that line, you know what I mean? And so, I think we need to look backwards, reflect, understand our history in a true and factual manner, but I think that these whereas statements the therefore statements need to be helpful and productive to help us move forward. And in so doing, I agree with you. To be as helpful as we can, it should be as applicable to Whatcom County as it can be. And so that's why I've been trying to come up with some better statistics that would more recognize the demographic of Whatcom County and where we might have issues and what we can do to help solve that. And quite frankly, in my mind, racism is hate, and hate isn't something that's just specific to white people. Hate's everywhere. The most racist place I've ever been was Saudi Arabia, and I don't believe that they are a British colony. So, yeah, I want this thing to be helpful, and I truly, from the bottom of my heart, not Democrat, not Republican, but classifying myself as a loving father, I really want this to be something that is helpful into the future. And I feel like the way it's written, it might be less productive than not having anything at all.
I'm going to bring Erica in to, she'd like to talk to us a little bit about, I think, some insight and some intentions that PHAB may have had. Erica, thank you for volunteering to do.
Thanks. So I appreciate the conversation thus far, and I just want to share that, we recognized these disparities really clearly in our community health assessment, and they have been highlighted again and again. And I think what you all are talking about is a shared goal of really trying to tackle the reasons and the ways in which people of color are experiencing health differently in our community, and how we approach that and how we improve it and how we change it. And that is the intention that the Public Health Advisory Board had in bringing this forward to you. And that is the intention that we hope to move forward with you, is to, as a community, come together to change the circumstances by which people experience health differently in our community. And Dr. Bennett shared a lot of local detail and a lot of local data about how people are experiencing health differently. But I want to share that that's the intention and that's the hope. And it doesn't sound like any of you disagree with that intention. So again, you all set forth a path to have Ben and Rod negotiate this with council members, with PHAB members, and we are open to engaging in that conversation. But we also believe the PHAB members have shared with me that they believe that this, as written, is truly encompassing of the challenges that people of color face in this country. So I just want to share that this is, the PHAB offers this with the experience and with the intention of trying to work on the issues of disparities in health that people of color in our community face.
Thanks, Eric. I'll go back to our lineup here. We got Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Frazee, and then Councilmember Donovan, and then back to Councilmember Ellenboss.
I'm not going to do your comment justice, Carol, but because I can't remember exactly what you said, but this is not an issue about denying that racism exists. It's not an issue about minimizing it in any way because it's occurred anywhere else. The challenge to me, I think this document, frankly, could just be a lot better. And I think the ways it could be a lot better, for example, one of the glaring things that's missing out of this to me is the number one racial health crisis that I'm aware of in this community is opioid addiction in the Native American population. If you go and talk to the Lummi, they say that that's their number one concern from a health perspective, is the problem with addiction inside the community, particularly opioid addiction. And it's not even mentioned here. And this is supposed to be a local document. I don't want to write a document that's a snapshot of America as a whole and say this is applicable to Whatcom County, because it's not going to address the issues that are specific to Whatcom County. You know, when I was first elected, I sat down with a prominent member of the Lummi who demanded fairly aggressively. He said, "What do you understand about our history, and why should I think that you have any understanding about treaty rights?" And I said, "Well, to me, a treaty was a contract, wasn't it? And if it was a contract, it deserves to be honored like any other contract. And if it's not being honored, if the contract was made for you in exchange for settling the differences in the conflict between you and the European settlers, and you gave up land in exchange for certain things in that treaty, then the white community entered into a treaty or a contract with the Native Americans, and you should expect that to be honored like anything else." And that's my view on treaty rights. And he looked at me and said, "You understand it." So, you know, I think this can be a much better document than it is. And I think it will be a better document by drawing on examples that are relevant to our community, and then pointing out the solutions that need to happen in our community. That's why I'd like to spend some more time on it.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Brown. There was data in Dr. Bennett's presentation for local data, and if you want the whereases to be more local, I can see that if we bring those forward. And I'll just go back to what I said before, is there's health disparities in our local community if they're divided by race. And so racism, and I think, you know, Ben, Councilmember Ellenboss, you said, you know, racism is hate. I don't want to say racism isn't hate, but I think racism exists even in me. I don't even know some of the things that I do or say, or even the policies we have. So these disparities are occurring. I mean, in the data, it's showing it's race. And if there's another reason, then we need to bring that forward. But so Councilmember Brown, if you want to change the whereases, if that's where you're at, and make it more local, I am for that. I really believe these action items, though. I would like to see those come forward.
And I think if I can respond to Carol's question, yes, I am predominantly focused on changing the whereases, because I think by making them local, we make the ordinance, we make the resolution better, we make it something that our local citizens can say, yeah, that is true in our history. I mean, to Ms. Kirshner's comment about what happened with the Sikh community, it's 100 years ago. Yes, it's 100 years ago. It's still a foundation part of our history. It should not be forgotten. It should be incorporated in our understanding of how racism occurs. Racism, to me, I mean, one of the questions I've sort of tried to wrestle with is, why does racism even exist? And I think one of the root reasons for racism is when you can diminish another person, you can take what they have. And you can feel good about yourself because they weren't a real person. They were something less than you. So you can say, well, that's okay. I can take from them. And that's what colonialism is all about, is going into another country and saying, oh, they don't really matter. I can take their land. I can take their resources. I can poison their water, et cetera, et cetera. And that's it. It's a rationalization to take. And and because anybody who's married into another race, you know, well, not everybody, but most people who run and marry into a different culture emerge from that saying, gee, they're as good as I am, or maybe they're even better than I am, their culture. You know, they understand the equality side of it. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm making sense. I just hate it.
Donovan, then Ellen Boss, and then Kirshner.
Oh, you're making sense, right? I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go with this. And actually going back to something that I think Carol commented on, and Ben might have mentioned. Yeah, racism is hate, but it's not just hate. It's like unconscious bias. It's institutionalized in all the fabric of everything we do, and that's not that. And I think that's important to say. Like, I don't see this document as calling people racist. I think it's calling out our awareness to some of these institutionalized aspects of how race affects people differentially, and you know, and the unconscious biases that we might have that we need to recognize. But so I'm here. We want, you know, there's interest in going a different direction with this. I will point out Whatcom County is in America, so the fact that there are these whereases in there that call attention to our history, I think it's very important that we keep these. So if there's going to be amendments to this to add more local whereases and potentially drawing from the very localized data that we got from Dr. Bennett, I believe, I'd be amenable to that, but I would not be happy to see, as I think Mr. Elmo said, you know, those things are true and factual and they're uncomfortable, but we should not remove them just because they're uncomfortable. So I hope if there's going to be a relook at this, that we don't take out the things that are uncomfortable, that we do then maybe add some things that are local. So and my anticipation here is that there seems to be interest in taking another shot at that. And if that's going to happen, I guess that's where I'm at on this.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, so I've got like 6 speakers in front of me who I wanted to address certain parts of all of it, and I'll probably forget, but Erica was first. And Erica, I agree with what you said. I agree with what your stated goals are. And I want you to know that I'm trying to help achieve them in the most beneficial way that we can. And it's very clear to me that this document came from folks that are very entrenched in their social sciences. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying that I like to address Rudd. I agree. I think we can do so much more with this document than what it does. And also to kind of agree with Kathy without being offensive to the PHAB board, it does sort of seem like it was sort of a lazy document. If you can say that respectfully, I mean, it probably doesn't come across very respectfully, but I feel like locally, there's a lot more that we could do that would be meaningful than what's in here. And to address Councilmember Donovan, I haven't taken out any of these warehouses that are on a national level at all, but I am trying to incorporate them to be relevant to the therefores at the end of the document that would be local. So that's part of what's taken the time, is trying to get the bigger idea that these statistics are getting at. You know, when we talk about Black women and they're likely to die in childbirth and Black newborns, taking that same idea that Carol's saying, like, hey, look, African Americans were ripped from their culture and taken here without their, you know, consent and thrown into our culture, or what would eventually be the American culture, and they didn't have any choice in that. You know, acknowledging that that's where the health disparities are coming from, but trying to make it relevant to Whatcom County to fix it. Like, nobody's going to deny that, you know, racism is the reason that African Americans or Native Americans, that's what kicked these disparities off. But then what goes through my mind is racism now today, what's perpetuating these things and continuing to widen that gap. And so I guess I feel like in order to, you know, fix that or make it better, we got to figure out what we need to do to break that cycle. And so those are some of the therefores that I'm trying to incorporate in here at the end. And so, yeah, and a lot of what I've done is kind of read each one of these whereas statements and try to figure out where they came from. Did somebody just pin them off out of their mind? And I'm kind of seeing that no, that's probably not what happened, because, like, for example, one of these whereases talks about the Center for Health Progress. And so one of the things I did was just kind of Google the Center for Health Progress to kind of see if it's, you know, is it something that's good and pure in its intentions, or is it, you know, activist agenda driven, or is it like, you know? And what I learned was it comes out of Colorado, and you know, it's. But when I read this one whereas statement, it pretty much reads like their About Us section. And so I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around where all this stuff came from and how it can work together and be cohesive and end up at a good, helpful outcome to break some of these cycles and to have a better outcome here in Whatcom County. And so I'm passionate enough about this that I want to make sure that it gets done right, and that we actually do have a better outcome in Whatcom County, rather than just talk about how we want to have a better outcome in Whatcom County. If that makes any sense. I'm sorry, Todd, I'm not succinct. I kind of ramble more like Tyler.
Or doesn't ramble.
Councilmember Kirschner.
Okay, first of all, I have to say that I often suffer from foot and mouth disease, and I certainly did not mean to offend or disparage the PHAB board with my comments about this. The word I was looking for was unoriginal, and all I could think of was lazy. So I do not think the PHAB board is lazy. I just feel like the resolution could have used many more things, which we've already talked about. And I also just want to make the point that I believe we need to know our history. What I want to make sure we don't do is dwell in our history as though that's our present and that that's our future. So when we're doing the whereases with our history, I want to feel like I want to be walking through those whereases and feel like we've made some progress along the way, because I believe we have. I mean, here we're talking about the Sikhs 100 years ago, and here we've got an executive of our county who's a Sikh. We've got a treasurer that's elected that's a Native American. So we are making progress. So I guess what I just want to say is I don't want to ignore our history. I don't want my comments to come off that we're ignoring, that I feel like we should ignore history. Just making sure we're putting in the context of the present with an eye towards the future, because Executive Sidhu, I love you to death, but I don't want to establish a racial commission in our county that lasts for decades. My God, I don't want to have the need for that for decades. And I don't think most of us want that for decades. I want to advance through and past this and not feel like it's always something that we're struggling with, because I don't believe humans, without, outside forces, I don't believe humans are inherently racist people. I think that it's taught behavior. We need to move out of that taught behavior. So anyway, I'll keep it succinct, Todd.
Okay, so we are at Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Frazee, and then Executive Sadoo.
Yeah, and try and keep this quick. The more I look at the therefores, I see something missing that I want to gently prod people on. The only mention really of engaging those that are affected by racial injustice is the line in section F, which says additionally involve community representation and input in matters of historic and continued racial injustice. If this document is serious about addressing racism, it needs to have an aggressive and inherent inbuilt structure where the communities being affected by racism are an active participant in the decisions going forward to address it. And I come back to the issue, when I was first elected, I hosted a dinner with the members of the lobbying leadership, Jack Lowes, the mayor of Bellingham, which is of course Kelly at the time. And the thing was that the theme of it was to focus on what is the common things, what is something we can all agree on as a priority. And the number one priority that came out of that, and the number one priority for the Lummi Nation was the opioid crisis. And again, that's not even mentioned here as something that needs to be addressed, is the systemic difference in how the opioid crisis is affecting the Native American population. So with all due respect to the PHAB board, they're actually missing the number one, therefore, that needs to be on the list. And then the number one and the number two, as far as I'm concerned.
Councilmember Frazee?
I'm going to pass.
Okay, Executive Sadoo.
I just want to say.
Speak up, Sipel.
I just want to say thanks for the candid discussion. I think that what we had probably an hour of discussion, and this is like a lot of ballots. They've been compressed. They need to slowly open. There are a lot of layers and layers and layers in everybody's mind and in everybody's head and everybody's past. And I welcome this kind of discussion. I think this is time really worth spending and talking, and we should continue. And that is the discussion we need to have in community. And I think as a council, and we are setting this example that we can have a very civil and meaningful discussion on this hard topic. I really appreciate it. It's a very emotional topic, but this is a great way to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Sadoo. Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I'll echo what Sepal just said. So the motion was to approve this. I, given the discussion, would withdraw my motion and then entertain another motion to figure out how we'll proceed. But I will point out, we've had this since September 30th, and we're a month into it now.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. What's our plan? Because Councilmember Ellenbus. You're all Star Warsy.
Now you're muted.
Rural internet issues.
Yeah, rural internet issues.
Okay, am I better yet?
Maybe try it with audio and no video.
Maybe I can.
Switch on your camera.
Maybe I can speak in the meantime. I just wanted to share something that I had a conversation with Mayor Fleetwood yesterday, because yesterday was the city council meeting, and I had a discussion with him on the very subject a week ago also, and I have expressed to him, and he has agreed, that if we can do a joint kind of declaration, proclamation with both county council and city council, city of Bellingham, at least these two, and county executive and mayor of Bellingham. So I think that we keep that in mind. I think that is very impactful. And he wanted to know, I said, if you can wait, my council is still discussing this issue, and it may not, because of the budget, it may not get done this week, and maybe the next meeting. And I asked him to wait till November. So I think I just wanted to share with the council members also. I think it will be very impactful if we do it together. Thank you.
So, Pal, if I may ask, was there anybody on the Bellingham City Council that wanted to get involved in this?
No, I have not gone that far, but even if they pass their resolution, we pass our resolution, you know, it may be a little different. Of course, there are different personalities, different perspectives. I don't think that we need to go to that extent, but if we have some kind of draft ready, I don't mind, asking mayor to take it to his council or come a couple of members, or if you guys as a council members want to touch base with them, you're welcome to do that. But I just wanted at my level to stay in touch with the mayor and ask him that if he can wait, that would be, in my mind, it was more important that we do it together.
Okay, Ben, you want to give it another try?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's still it's a little better, but it's pretty funky.
Okay. I guess I was just gonna say I'm pretty deep into this, so I was hoping that I could we can continue on the path that we're going. I'll get my thoughts succinct and then I'll throw it off on Rudd, and we can talk about it more, and then bring it to the PHAB folks like we planned on, and hopefully have it back in 2 weeks. I think I'm getting close. I just need, it's like writing a 30-page dissertation, and I want to make sure that everything jives and is coherent, so it doesn't come off unsuccinct.
Okay. So, Councilmember Donovan, would you like to make a motion?
Well, I was going to say, hopefully it won't be a 30-page dissertation. Yeah, I mean, I would hope we would have something back by our next meeting. But again, I don't. So, yeah. Now, I withdrew my motion because it seems there's an interest in putting more time into this. I'm not going to make a motion on this other folks, but my interest is having it done sooner than later, and we have had this since September 30th. So I'll leave it to make a motion.
If we can do it before, a couple of days before the meeting, so that every member has a copy, so when they come to the meeting, they are more prepared with their dissertation, questions, answers, rather than doing it on the day of the council.
There was an understanding that and this isn't fair to Rudd because he wasn't in the meeting we appointed him, but that there'd be time to schedule the 2 council members and 2 designees from PHAB. So I'm not comfortable making a motion about that because I don't know how that scheduling stuff works. But that was our understanding 3 weeks ago.
So for what it's worth, I'm pretty flexible over the next week. So Ben's schedule's probably worse than mine, but I will do my best to accommodate Ben's schedule.
How's your schedule looking, Ben? Muted.
That's been my issue the last month. I work at an oil refinery, and every so often we come down to do maintenance, and my unit's doing maintenance right now, so I'm scheduled to work 12 plus that. So I leave the house at 4:30. I don't get back till about 6, and then I've got children, grandchildren, cattle, and so every hour that I have to work on this I cherish, because it's I love to do it. But yeah, I shouldn't have to work every day over the next 2 weeks, where the last 2 weeks I pretty much did have to work every single day.
So you guys feel good about being able to get something down and to PHAB? Erica, do you have any idea how that schedule might work out with our PHAB nominees for this process?
Yeah, we can make it work, and we can throw out some times. As you all know, my assistant has moved on, so I will be reaching out directly to council members, and we will try to get that scheduled as soon as possible.
Anything, Ben, that any days or hours that they should stay away from?
Yeah, any day that ends in Y between the hours of 4:30 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Good.
I'm booked.
Good.
For my schedule, the evening probably works better. For Rudd's schedule, I know he loves that 8 to 9 a.m. time frame.
I actually know that's not true.
I'm going to try and get it done over the next 3, 4, 5 days and get it so we can get together and get it in front of people well in advance of the next.
Okay. As long as it's before 11:28, which is far past my bedtime, I'm happy to meet with you guys. So we'll make it work.
My alarm goes off at 3:45 a.m. So.
And just for clarity, I have a standing appointment with my wife till 10 a.m. every morning. So I'm hers until then. So
I don't know if you should have said that, but. Okay. So I'm not going to touch it. So are we happy with all that? Everybody feel good about that kind of that plan and that schedule? Councilmember Kirschner.
And just real quick, I'm going to commit to getting any of my ideas and thoughts to Rudd and Ben, so they've got them to work with if they so choose, so that it gets incorporated. And I'd encourage everybody else to as well.
just a point of process. I think you probably have to send them to Dana and the council for transparency.
Just to avoid any quorum issues.
Ben and I can't be talking to two of you privately. That's not going to work.
Let's go through Dana.
Yeah.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, and I think I've expressed my preferences on how this would go in terms of keeping the whereases, and if there's interest in adding more local whereases, I'd be okay. We're supportive of that. So I don't have to send an email. It's said here in a public meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Frazee.
And I'd like to echo that too, with the action items. So the therefores, I would like them to stay pretty much the same.
Mr. Ellenbach.
So I guess kind of my thought process on some of those therefores, kind of along with how Rudd had mentioned what we do to fund things other than policing. My thought process was not take out the therefores, but anything that's making a statement that's sort of ambiguous, more so be like, we will continue to do this, this, and this, you know, emphasizing it, because a lot of this stuff already happens. And so I don't want it to sound like it doesn't happen.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing what you guys come up with.
So do we got a motion?
We do not. I think we just have an understanding at this point.
I think that's fine.
Well, as it's on the table, I think the motion's got to be hold to hold for 2 weeks, isn't it?
I'll move that if we need that as a motion.
He withdrew his motion.
Okay, all right, fine.
Okay, so good conversation, everybody. I agree with South Paul. It's a hard subject, but you know, we dug in and I think we came to some agreements, and I'm proud of all of us. So anyway, let's move to introduction. We have items 1 through 6. I'd like to remove item number 6 and consider it separately.
Sorry, this is not on my list. What is that one?
Item number 6 is the ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 8.10 solid waste and residential recycling collection regarding solid waste collection in Point Roberts.
What was your motion?
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said for the motion. It's items added by revision number 3. That's
Point of order.
I just said I'd like to remove it and vote on it separately.
Point of order.
Yes.
All right. Do we still have to go back, and there were some things we need to still vote on for Public Works and Health Committee? We have two.
Not there yet.
No? Okay, thanks.
You have to inform about the executive session also, or we did already?
We're not there yet. That's at the end when we do committee reports.
Where are we?
We are at introduction items.
No, point of order, Mr. Chair. The thing for Point Roberts is on the revised agenda is listed as item number 3 for a vote tonight.
On Legistar, that's what I'm seeing is.
Okay, I'll have to have the clerk weigh in because I have it as item number 6 on introduction.
I think what Lisa did was she saw that it was it was supposed to be an introduction item, so she placed it down there under number 6 instead of leaving it up under that items added by revision section.
Okay, so I should just move that up to right after the last item we just talked about.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be item number 3 under items added by revision. That's what you said, right? Right? Okay.
That's what I see.
Yeah, okay, I got that now. Okay, do we have anybody want to make a motion on this? I think, yes, Councilmember Frazee.
So this went from finance then to our committee. So should I just read the resolution read the, okay. I need some guidance here. I was just
this is confusing because it was in 2 committees and now it's on as an item added by revision outside of committee.
Hi, this is Dana again. So it was in committees, but it was just as a discussion item. And then it's also on for introduction this evening. So you were just talking about it today, and now you need to decide whether or not you're going to introduce the ordinance.
Okay, so then I shouldn't cross this off the introduction list then.
No, it shouldn't come off of it. You can just, I don't want to confuse you, or confuse everybody, but it can just be, it can be done in that list of 3. You can do each one of those items that was added by revision separately, and then go down to intro and do the rest of the intro.
So we could decide whether we want to do that or not up in item 3 and then.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Ellenboss.
My thought would be that we just leave it alone until we have the presentation in Carol's committee in 2 weeks.
That would be a great motion.
I second that.
Okay, I so move.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Sorry, Barry. Ben, just to clarify, leave it alone, meaning you leaving it alone on introduction items or leaving or holding it? What's leave it alone mean?
I mean, leave it as is, don't introduce it. Leave it as a discussion item in Carol's committee, and then in 2 weeks, we can decide if we want to introduce it after we've had that presentation.
Dana, is this one of those items that has to have a public hearing?
Yes, I believe that it would. So if you introduced it in 2 weeks, the hearing would be on the 24th.
Lost you, Dana.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I believe it does need a public hearing. And so that would put introduction possibly in 2 weeks and a hearing on the 24th, which honestly, I'll tell you, is not going to be the best night for a hearing because we'll have budget and possibly Cherry Point, but adding a Point Roberts item that night might be difficult for everybody, but that's up to the council.
As a follow-up to that, another thing to consider is, Steve, if we did decide to do something, we need to implement that by the end of November. So we wouldn't be giving him any time to implement it if we chose to move forward after the presentation. If we introduce it tonight, you don't have to vote for it in 2 weeks. But if you choose to, it would go to Steve in time so that he could make the changes he needed. And it wouldn't be on the night that we have the other 2 items.
Yeah, I think he said that wouldn't be a problem, Tyler. I think he said he could work with staff and do almost like 2 versions or have them ready to go. So I don't consider that to be that big of an issue. So Ben's motion is, your motion then is to hold it into Carol's committee, correct, Ben?
And I support the second on that.
You seconded. Okay, discussion on that motion. Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 5-2. So that will be in Carol's committee on the 10th. Now, if there's no more tricks on this agenda, we're at introduction.
Move to introduce the items 1 through 5 as I see them in Legistar.
Okay. We have a motion to introduce 1 through 5. Discussion on that motion. Okay, please call the roll.
Didn't get a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry. Late.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 6-1. Okay, now we're at committee reports. We'll start with the executive session this morning. We had an executive session to talk about potential litigation. The council was informed of all the incident and the things associated with it. There was no action taken. It was for information only. Next committee was finance. Tyler, was there anything else in finance that you wanted to report out on?
Next it was natural resources.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Todd. Sorry. Natural resources.
It'll be a lot quicker. We had one thing in natural resources. The executive gave a presentation on a proposed water settlement process. And if people are interested in his white paper is in the packet in the Legistar thing. It may be a long process, either parallel adjudication or separate from adjudication. I think that's something we need to have more discussion about. So that's all we did.
Thanks, Todd. Tyler, Finance and Administrative Services.
Yeah, we were joined by Gary Goldfogle, who is the county medical examiner, and had a good update from him on prior to renewing the contract or having that go for approval, and agreed to put together a group to start working with him on how we can facilitate his retirement when he chooses to, in a way that we also aren't left without any support. So that was it.
Muted, Barry.
Tricky little computer. Next committee, I believe, was Carol's committee on public, on health and public works.
Public Works and Health. So thanks. We had a discussion about solid waste and residential recycling collection in Point Roberts. And we also had a discussion regarding the proposed ordinance of amending the Whatcom County Code to create Whatcom County Child and Family Wellbeing Task Force. And then we moved to adopt some changes from our October 13th meeting and today's committee meeting to the proposed ordinance, and that passed 3-0 in committee. So do we need to vote on that tonight, or does that go forward? Those changes goes forward. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Next was Ben and Planning Committee.
Yeah, we had a really non-controversial topic in our meeting about a discussion regarding an ordinance adopting amendments to Whatcom County Code 20.72 Point Roberts Special District. And so I think we just introduced that item for next week. It got recommended 3-0 to introduce.
Okay. Next committee was Committee of the Whole. We had discussion on COVID related items from the Health Department. We also got an introduction of the County Executive's recommended 2021 and 2022 biennium budget, and staff, our staff working with the executive staff, will be putting together a schedule for presentations for departmental heads and other department folks to give us briefings on their biennium budget. The third item was continuation of discussion on Cherry Point amendments. We talked about some of the things like insurance. We talked about a little about change of use, and we talked about what was the third thing?
Greenhouse gas.
Greenhouse gas. Thank you. We were joined by Eddie Uri from the stakeholder group, so we had some interface with those folks, and we will be taking it up again tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. for all those who are interested, would like to view that. 1:30 again. That's the our work session with the stakeholder group for Cherry Point. That was it for that committee. Councilmember Ellenboss.
So what's our schedule tomorrow? 1:30 till when, or is it open-ended on the backside, or?
It looked to be.
Care. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow,
my screen just did something really.
I thought it was a short meeting. I talked to Eddie earlier in the day, and I seem to recall that tomorrow was a short meeting, and that was one of the reasons that they wanted a second day set up where they could meet to go over more stuff. So, I mean, I'm probably wrong on this, but if recollection serves, it was 1 to 3 ish was what I thought he had mentioned. But
the meeting starts at 1:30 tomorrow, and I believe it was 3 or 3:30 that Eddie recommended for tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's committee reports. What about other items of business?
It's been a long time since we had a meeting almost at midnight. I could see all of us struggling right now.
We can make it. We can get past.
Almost. I mean, that reminds me of that bet with Barry that one year, but
Yeah,
don't do that one again.
I kind of tricked you on that one, Tyler. Sorry.
I didn't think it through. You did. It was well played. Well played, sir.
Okay.
Heather,
Is Todd ready to go for another 2 hours?
No. Councilmember,
Just me and Todd.
Councilmember Frankie.
Get started.
Okay, we're getting punchy. I just want to encourage everyone to get everything into Dana. I think it's Tuesday before a meeting, because I feel like, I don't know if it's just what if I'm just feeling this way or it's really happening, but I think things are coming in later and later, and then the staff is working all weekend. So I just want to encourage everyone to get everything in early. You know, we might be able to do it and be working all weekend, but I really don't want staff working all weekend and us calling constantly. So I really encourage you to get things in by the time they're supposed to be in. I believe it's Tuesday and someone else can tell me when that time is, but I believe it's Tuesday before our meetings.
At 4 o'clock on the Tuesday prior to your meeting.
Okay, thank you.
What about council member updates? I saw Councilmember Kirshner first and then Councilmember Donovan.
I just wanted to report that I am the grandma of 2 beautiful baby boys. They are 3 pounds 6 ounces and 4 pounds 3 ounces, and together they weigh less than my son, who's their dad, weighed when he was born. They're teeny. The other thing I wanted to say is next week is election day. It goes without saying. I encourage everybody to vote, and I hope that we have a decisive decision so that our country isn't thrown into turmoil for weeks or months. And I'll see you guys back here in 2 weeks.
Okay. Don't forget to vote. Don't forget to get a flu shot.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget to come to the meeting next Thursday.
And don't forget to come to the meeting tomorrow.
And the next day.
And the next day. Councilmember Ellenboss.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
What's the schedule for Thursday again?
9:30.
Starting at 9:30, and I'm gonna speak with Tyler tomorrow, and we'll get a schedule of departments sent out to you.
How long should we expect that to take? I mean, the meeting?
Well, in the past we've scheduled it from 9:30, take a lunch break, and work until 4:30. But we're not sure on that first day how many departments are going to be available, because it's kind of last minute, so it could be a shorter day than that.
Just fair warning, I'm not available between 11 a.m. and about 12:30.
Councilmember Donovan.
I was going to lead in with something about Rudd's schedules in the morning, but I'm not going to go there. Congratulations, Ms. Kirshner. That's awesome news. I don't know if there's other item or updates, but I just wanted to apologize to Mr. Byrd for my comment about being succinct. I really appreciate your discussions. I'm just a bullet point kind of guy, and so I hope you take no offense. So sorry.
Thanks.
Anything else?
I'd like to say Heather was on earlier. She gave public testimony, and I liked her approach. It was elegant, and it kept you engaged in listening, and it was just nice. It was a refreshing approach, and I appreciated it. So thanks, and thanks for sticking around until midnight with us.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Was that the lady that told the story with her testimony about? Yeah, I like that too. She should do campaigns or something.
She volunteered with us in the winter shelter.
Yeah, I sat with her all night one night. Yep. Okay, folks. Good but long meeting, long day. We will see you tomorrow at 1:30, and we are adjourned.